Music's been really nice to sit with. Oh boy. I think it comes down to the fact that it's so warm. I think the acoustic guitar is a great part of that. One of those things where you just sit, like, I could sit and listen to this music for a while and not be too tired. Oh boy! And I remember what happened. We started with. We learned the information about the Maidens and how this particular part of the world works. We haven't had any repeated characters from the first game, so I'm curious if these are all just it's an anthology series rather than being all related. Crooked, how's it going today? You got first. How's it going? I'm ready to get back to exploring. I don't think there's any difference between the save files. Not really. Good. That's good. That's good. I think daylight savings for all the Americans is just ugh. It's like an hour for I don't know why, but this year in particular it's hitting me particularly hard. So it's not I don't know why either. It's normally I'm okay with just like an hour shift, but really not with it. I feel that. Yeah, it's not the it's weird because I don't think an hour time shift would be that big a problem, but I think this year it's hitting different just because it's untimely. Best way I could describe it. It feels untimely. Oh yeah, that's right. And we finished up with, let's see, we did. Not used to seeing the sun up during your streams anymore. Yeah. No, I feel it. It feels very strange. I look outside. I can look out the window and it's like, oh yeah, I can look out the window and see that it's still light out in some way, and it's like that feels weird. That feels incorrect. Yeah, and I imagine for some it must be a bit difficult because anybody I know international viewers it's kind of a toss up, you know. It's like, okay, who's got the who's you know able to handle who's got the time change and who doesn't.
Hope you win.
So it can be quite a problem, all things considered. Game's lagging a little bit. I'm not sure why. I think it was because the game was reloading some stuff, but I think we're good. I could just do this and inflict a deadly poison. Yeah. There we go. I might be able to just do this. Yeah, it's very weird when your schedule is off. You know, it's like when it changes. It affects the work too. I've noticed it this week that my work has been a little bit like, you know, my workflow has been temperamental, so I noticed it today because my cards showed up today and I was like, oh, I'll just take like 5 minutes to look at these over, and then it was like it ballooned into an hour and a half, and I'm just like, really? Why is it that's nothing? Deadly poison? Oh no. Deadly poison is really just something different.
You can see the few rays of sunlight that reach the sea floor, undulating in the current.
Oh god. Here we go.
Despite being submerged, the temple is filled with air. You can't help but wonder if this is the power of the spirit at work. In her ever-cheerful way, Fila explains that this is where Azure Maidens undertake the ocean trials.
I feel like deadly poison is such a hilarious... Like, it's the same thing in Dark Souls where you have poison and then toxic poison. Where it's just, okay, normal poison is pain. Deadly poison is just like, oh no. I think it's worse in games when you can have both poisons stack. Where it's like, ah yes.
Let's get going, she exclaims. Hyde watches as she leads the way. Concern apparent in his eyes.
Oh, brother. I have like the worst feeling about these the Maiden trials. I have the worst feeling about these, and I can't quite pinpoint why yet, but I'm feeling it. We'll say the number of enemies that are in this game feel a little bit... Oh boy, the dark ritual's upon us. I hope the ritual's just like... I really hope it's just something like a nice time or something, you know, just something genuinely okay, you know, just... I really hope it's not like, oh, take the lady, throw her into like a freaking... basically into the ethereal soup. I hope that's not the case. Paralysis cannot move until the ailment is cured or wears off. I see. Ow. These guys are not doing a lot of damage though, so this is okay. Why are you doing paralysis twice? It's just rude. My girl Laddie did nothing. Come on, man. Let's see. Do I have one that attacks all yet? Oh wait, no, that's on the other. That's on the boy. Let's see. I'll deal damage and finish this one, and then I should be able to finish up with my guy doing some nonsense spinning. I think. Or I could just do this. This'll work. Yeah, the mystery that's been surrounding the rituals, I'm very curious to see what will come of that. I really hope it's not something nefarious, but we'll see. We will see. But I was saying earlier that the encounter rate is a bit crazy. I had a thought recently because this past Sunday when we were playing Greece and we swapped to Monopoly. I made a comment about like, oh yeah, I got outed because I was mostly just that I spent all Sunday playing Final Fantasy 13. But I had a thought about that game that it struck me a little bit when I thought about it a little more, that a lot of one of the things that was a part of the modern movement with RPGs was moving from strictly random encounters to encounters in the field. And I kind of realized it after I played a little bit more of Final Fantasy 13 this week, that game actually did a lot of stuff that was, you know, ahead of where the rest of the genre was, but it wasn't ahead of its time because it kind of had some stuff that also people were like, eh. So it was curious, but it made me think about the way the game was made. But I'm also very much a fan of Final Fantasy 13, so. But I didn't think about it though, because I remember when Pokemon moved away from random encounters, I always thought that was weird. And I wasn't sure why, and I think it was because the way that old Pokemon games do their encounters is it separates it from other RPGs. Because a lot of RPGs, even mine included, the random encounters just kind of happen. Like this game does it too. This game does it too, where you have these encounters that just sort of happen. Oh yeah, numbstay ring. I should probably put that on somebody. Seems to me like we're getting paralyzed a lot, and those guys. And I don't feel like having somebody get paralyzed at a bad moment. I think I'll swap the. Oh no. I'll swap the water stay ring for the numbstay ring for now. Can I give you anything? I can. That would be nice, actually. Okay, cool. I didn't know I could adjust their stuff. I am gonna check this. It seems to me like checking this whole area is really good. Definitely feels weird to see the Pokemon come at you in the Arceus game. Some mystique was kept in tall grass, miraculously obscured all types of Pokemon. Well, and I think that Pokemon had it down very well, that besides in caves where you basically had to have the Pokemon come at you from wherever. One of Pokemon's greater strengths is having the encounters relegated to grass. So if you wanted to avoid encounters, you could just, maneuver yourself through the grass and just get yourself to the other side. And you might not be able to avoid all of them, but you could definitely cut down on how many encounters you have through a playthrough of the game. And I think that, and it especially started with Sword and Shield when we had, well, that's when Sword and Shield is when they started doing this, when they had Pokemon just walking up to you. And I think that it's not that it's bad, it's that it changes it. And the ways that it changes it can fundamentally alter how the game flows. Because one of the things that I think is the reason why RPGs have a fair bit of time is because battles are often not avoidable. And by making battles not just avoidable, but almost easily avoidable,
a crystal is carved into the stela.
It kind of shortens the game in a way where you know how many you need and exactly what you need to do. And I think that can be, it can definitely feel strange when you come from others of the genre into those games. I think the thing that it does the most though is showcase just how fluid everything is now. Voice of Cards loves its Stelas. I think if a Voice of Cards game doesn't have a Stela at least once, I think that there's like, it's almost like a depressive episode for the game. Like, what do you mean we don't have our Stelas? They're like they're like our favorite thing. It's like their favorite descriptive word for a stone marker is Stela. Or Stella, if you want to be, however, but I think it's kind of funny how much the certain words are the main language. I think I have to reread my own book for because I'm writing basically the follow-up to my fantasy book. I'm writing the next one in that. And when I know my language, there are certain words I really like, and I think when you have a writer or writers who are trying to evoke a certain tone, or they have a specific sort of language, you start to learn that language, and I think it's...
The stela is shaped like the azure spirit, guardian of the eye.
I think that when you learn that language and you learn what... you start to learn not just what makes the story tick, but you also learn the author. You sort of have this communicative relationship with the author that is a lot of fun to come to understand.
The door is sealed tight. The image of a crystal is carved into it. On further inspection, you see words.
I have to touch the stela.
Well, but they're faint. You can make out the words, "Touch the stela." This must be the trial, Fila murmurs. You decide to look for clues to help her open the door. Okay.
Find a way to open the door and blaze it with the crystal sigil. Let's see. So we have 6 Stelas. I'll touch this one. Stela.
Maybe I have to do it because it's my trial, Fila says, reaching out toward the stela.
I'm really curious how these Stelas are going to work. Ask Fila to touch the stela. Why does it have to rhyme, too? Ah, yes, Fila, touch the stela.
Fila gently touches the stela, and it releases a faint light.
And then we'll go up top and get a Mila. Rhyming puns just don't... They make me laugh, and I can't... I'm trying to stop myself, because it's just like... It's getting realer. Oh, boy.
But the area remains silent. There is no indication that the door has opened.
Yeah, it's you see that the door, we haven't broken its stela.
Let me try again, Fila says, touching the stela once more. This time, the light dissipates. She then panics and replaces her hand on the stela, causing the light to
She's just slapping it like a cat. She's just like batting it.
It appears the stela can be illuminated and darkened by the Azure Maiden's hand.
I see. So that one is a light. What if we turn this one on?
A fish is carved into the stela.
Ask Fila to touch the stela. Neela.
You decide that this
So I
is
need to find the
stela
ones.
you're looking for.
I need to find the ones with the
Try
crystals.
to find another. A temple is carved into the stela.
No. I think I just need to find all the ones that are the crystals. I think. I don't know. That one has a crystal. Let's see what's this one got. Fish. Okay, so there's 2 fish. For you. Crystal. Okay, this one's a crystal. Touch. Touch. No, touch. Touch. Feels like we're just kind of walking around.
You hear a noise in the distance.
Oh.
It's the sound of the crystal door being unlocked.
Oh, I wasn't really expecting to be correct on that, but okay. Well, I do think that RPGs have to... It's about making the conscious choice.
Past the crystal door is yet another door. On this one is a carving of a temple.
Why is there so many... Why... Is this like a matching puzzle? Wait, question. What's this one? Temple? Oh, it is a matching puzzle. It's literally matching cards. Oh, that's... Oh, because you're matching... Because it's like a card matching game where you have to memorize where the thing... Oh, I get it. That's... Oh, that's cute. That is fun. So it's basically you're playing a memory game.
You hear a noise in the distance.
Oh, that's nice.
It's the sound of the temple door.
I wouldn't expect an actual honest-to-goodness card memory game at this point. But I'm gonna guess rule of 3, we need the fish door to open now. Oh. Never mind. Huh. Alright then. I was kind of expecting to have to use the fish to open the door. Head to the altar inside the seabed temple. Okay. I do think this game's encounter rate seems to be a little fish is fish. It's go fish, I guess. You know, we don't need these pairs. I see. I'm a bit concerned at how many encounters we have, because it does seem to me like we have had a large number of encounters down here. No, Go Fish is the next Temples game. Go Fish is the next Temples game. I would not be too upset if that was the case, honestly. That would be kind of fun. Is it water damage? It is water damage. So probably use this and land it on crab. I'm pretty sure at this point I could fight the crabs that we ran into last time, but I'm uncertain. Alrighty. Attack +2. Ow. Let's see. Deal damage to all. Hit them. That rounded it out pretty quickly, actually. Holy crap. Ow. At the very least, he's dead, though, so that's okay. But I have played RPGs where the encounter rate was handled carelessly, and I feel like it's only ever it's only ever handled carelessly whenever it's truly inconvenient. Like there's no net positive for the number of encounters you have, whether that's too little or too many. Like it feels weird to say inconvenient, but basically if the player would be better off not having to deal with it.
There's nothing carved into the door, nor is there a keyhole. It appears to be sealed by a mysterious power.
I'm trying to remember.
Upon scanning the area, you see another door. Perhaps it's worth looking into.
But I think that... Because I'm trying to remember exactly, because I've played a game where it's like that. I'm just trying to remember what it was. Maybe I don't remember it because
There's a map carved into the door. Realizing that there is no keyhole, you figure it must be sealed by a mysterious power. You recognize the pattern from your own map. This is the South Aisle, you say. From behind you, you hear a door open. Sounds like we're being invited in, Fila remarks. You all exchange looks before heading toward the noise.
I had to play. I guess I had to just do map identification. I'm a little confused, but I understand. But I think there's, because I'm trying to remember what the game was now, because I remember the encounter rate was just like frustrating. Oh hey, more Steelers. You can recognize where you are. Sick, come in. you know where you are and you know what you're doing here. Good. Get inside.
Fight.
I think a lot of earlier RPGs had this problem. Like I think the one I can think of that's like the famous example of having a bad understanding, having a bad, no, I guess not a bad understanding, but a untempered understanding was like the original Pokemon games. I think, despite being really, really good games, I think that like there are certain parts of the game where you can look at it and say, yeah, this was not handled well. I think Mount Moon is probably the most famous example, but I think any area where it's not grass as the encounter rate, it's like you either didn't run into enough things to make it worth your time to even battle anything, like you could just run from most fights, or you ran into too many things and it's last puzzle. Are you smarter than a 5th grader? I have to do a quiz from a Persona game. That's what I will say. Persona's trivia, like the stuff you have to in classes, like the stuff you have to answer in there, I swear it constantly feels like I'm being tested on knowledge that the game assumes I'd have being like a high schooler. And in my head, I'm just thinking, dude, I don't think I ever learned half of this stuff when I was a kid. Like, what is all this? Okay, question. What is this Steela? The Maiden is with the Ivy. Hey, Mickey. Oh, hey, Blue Ball. How's it going? Things are going well. How are you doing? I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing in this place. Maiden is with the Ibis. I don't know what an Ibis is, but I don't think that's correct. But things are going well. I'm doing good. Today's been a good one. Let's see. Oh my god. What on earth is all... It's the Hall of Steelas. I don't like that. The Maiden is with the Ivy. Okay, so we have... Okay, so I'm gonna have to... Oh no. Granted, it is an evolution of what we saw earlier, but also... that one's the Ibis, I can see that. I clicked too early. Okay. Oh, good heavens. Hello.
The Steela is shaped like the
It's going good watching.
Guardian of the Isle. You can see the following words carved
between DBZ Breakers rounds. How are you liking that, by the way? I know I didn't get into it on release, or I haven't gotten into it, but how are you finding it? I love the concept of it. I think I just wasn't like immediately sold. It's the kind of thing that I just was like a lot more than I thought I would, to be honest. Oh, that's cool. Oh, enemy. I think I need to watch some gameplay or something, because I think I need to educate myself.
Don't hold back.
Oh god, what the... Okay, these birds do a lot of damage if they get an attack, so hopefully I can finish this up. Oh, they resist lightning. I see. That would explain it. They do lightning, I see. But I think the isometric games have... I think balancing an isometric style game like that is very tough. Because it's either too slanted to the survivor side, or it's too slanted to the one side, and it's really important that it feels like I feel like almost like it sucks when it's a stomp on either side regardless which side you're on, but when it's not, it's real good. I think that's what it, because I remember that's kind of the problem I had playing Friday the 13th, because Friday the 13th it's really fun when you have everybody on equal, like, not exactly equal footing. I wouldn't say equal footing is the solution, because it's meant to be that the one person is supposed to be just that little bit stronger, but it needs to be close enough that it feels like it can tip back and forth based on what each side does. And I think game was great as a meme. It was super unbalanced. That game was great as a meme. It was super balanced. Yeah, no, and I think it kind of, by being unbalanced, I think the game did its job. Which sounds a bit strange, but I think that when an isometric game is slightly unbalanced like that, like, it depends on the way shall open for he who discerns truth from falsehood. Interesting. I don't know what that means, but interesting. But Friday the 13th, I think, was meant to be unbalanced for a good reason. And I think that's because the funny thing is that the game being unbalanced in Jason's favor makes total sense. Because it's meant to be like the movies. It's meant to be unbalanced. And I think that's fine, but it can feel really bad when you're playing as Jason, when you'd play as Jason, and then you would just not get to do anything. It's not fun. But I also think it's not very fun when either side has guaranteed the victory. I think that's what really sets it. If there's no if there's no tension and there's no back and forth between the two sides, there's no conflict, it feels very boring. And I think that the trouble is that the trouble with Friday the 13th is that you would be able to tell pretty quickly when you would be having that fault. Okay, I'm gonna see. It says truth from falsehood, so I'm gonna guess. I need to find the two island ones. I'm gonna guess it's the island ones are the ones I need to touch. Isle. Okay, so I think it's the fourth one on the other side.
Stela gently touches the stela, and it releases a faint.
I feel like them. Remember, for a while there was a meta where Jason would stand around for a minute or two and then kill everyone in the next 3. Yeah, because
But you don't hear a door open. There must be some other stela you need to illuminate.
I think I know which one it is. It's the Isle one. I think the problem is that because Jason's abilities come online every minute, essentially. And the main problem would be that you'd have if you wouldn't really have to. You wouldn't have to do anything for the first minute. Truly. It's like you could watch and observe and make sure you know where people are, and then you could just go ham because you'd find everybody really fast.
When you do, you hear a distant sound. There's no doubt the door with the map carving has opened.
And I think that's where isometric style games can have like real problems. Is when you have a game that doesn't feel like it's a pitched game. You know, there should be some balance. It should be balanced so that it's still fun to play. It should feel like your actions matter. And I think with certain I think that was what at least from what I heard about the breakers on release, I think the problem I remember hearing a fair bit was that either the villain would get way too far ahead way too fast, or the good guys would just stomp the crap out of the bad guy. So it's one of those things where I think I should enjoy being on the bad side of the power trip is is how they should be balanced. Yeah, exactly. Like, it should be... You should have fun being on the power... You should have fun. Like, in general, it's like, if the game is... If one side or the other feels like it's not fun to play, that's when you know that something is off. I think. I think in role-playing games, I think in a lot of genres it comes up like that, where you have there's a lot of genres where something like that will happen, where you have you have a power imbalance between either you and an entity or you and another player. And I feel like lacking the ability to have the moment where you're the one with the advantage it can be frustrating unless the game is designed around it. Like, great example, horror games are built with that imbalance in mind. Like true blue horror games, you know, if you play like your Silent Hills or I think Resident Evil has moved away from it, which I think at times can be to its detriment. Not all the time, but there are times where I think Let's see, what do we got?
A boat is carved in the center of the aisle.
A boat? Interesting. What's the puzzle here, Chief?
The stela is shaped like the azure spirit, guardian of the aisle.
Oh, what's the thing?
You can see the following words carved into it.
The sun gives way to the moon, then that watches over the aisle. When the tower is the light, the way to me shall open. Man, you know what's funny is I described this game as playing a D&D campaign to Reezy, you know, friend of the channel. And I feel like that is pretty much this game. It's like a one-player, like a solo like you have a party of characters that you're controlling, but it's really a one-player and a DM. And it really does feel. I think this is when you really feel it, when you have the. Here's your riddle. Open the door with this riddle. It's like, I see. Thank you. I understand. But I think that. Because a lot of games, it's the adjusting of power is where the fun is. Because you should have moments where you feel powerful, and there should be moments where you feel disempowered. Or at the very least, less powerful because you've entered a new stratum of power. I think like in Persona 3, we actually saw that recently where I entered an area that I was not powerful enough to handle. And it actually worked out very well in terms of the moment because it let me learn things, and it also tested me. And it tested my ability to understand my place in the game. In isometric games, I think it's really important to understand what makes each side fun to play. Like, the teamwork aspect of playing a game like Breakers, I think, would be really fun. But I also think that there would be an inherent problem if both sides aren't fun to play as. Like, yeah, you want to be the one guy, you want to be the bad guy, but it should be just as fun to also oppose a bad guy. Stela.
A lighthouse is carved.
Okay, so there's a lighthouse. I'll deal with that in a moment. Okay, so there's lighthouse. So let me read the riddle again, because I just want to make sure I read it. Sun rises, gives way to the moon that watches over the aisle. When the tower is alight, the way to me shall open. Okay, question. Is there a sun and moon?
A sun.
Okay, so
on the east side of the aisle.
Sun.
You wait a moment, but nothing seems to change. There must be other stela you need to illuminate.
I think it's funny that stela is pronounced the same, even if you're writing plural. It's pronounced the same no matter what, and that feels very weird. It feels kind of strange to me, I'm not gonna lie. I think understanding what, because it's also dependent on genre too. Because I think genre is a great consideration when you're talking about power imbalance versus. Because I think with like battle royales, I think have the really good ones don't have a problem with this. But the ones that feel less balanced, I think have a problem where, like, obviously knowledge is a dividing factor between players when you're talking about players being able to understand and adapt to a situation. Because of course, if you know the current map and you know how everything works, yeah, you'll have the advantage in terms of, you know, knowledge, but it is nice when you play a game that you can sort of like get lucky. I remember Resident Evil was incredibly unbalanced, Survivor or whatever it was. I think I know what you're talking about, because I think Survivor was the one that I haven't played Survivors. I did play, let's see, which Resident Evils have I actually finished? I finished, let's see, Village 5 and 6. I finished both of those. Did I ever play? I didn't really finish. I started to, but the remake, but I never finished it. I did play Raccoon City. Operation Raccoon City. That one's really fun. I know some of the Resident Evils are unbalanced due to... Some of that does come down to the games themselves being... I think the ones that are less balanced are the ones that we're still figuring out which way the series was going. And I think that kind of caused some issues for him.
A star is
That's a
carved
star.
in the center of the aisle.
No. So we need Take the Moon. Raccoon City is simultaneously one of the worst and one of the most fun RE games. I think the more action-focused Resident Evil games, I think, straddle this line between being really good and really almost they're meant to be bad and good in my mind. It kind of feels like if they weren't, it wouldn't be as fun. Here's the lighthouse, and then we should be good because we found those two and the lighthouse.
Stela gently touches the Stela, and it releases.
I think Operation Raccoon City is really good if you like Hunk, like the character Hunk in Resident Evil. If you don't like Hunk, Operation Raccoon City sucks, because basically every character in Operation Raccoon City is basically like Hunk, and you also get to see Hunk doing cool stuff. He's fun. I think the main thing that I think elevates Hunk in my head, and also characters like him, is that I grew up with a lot of people where the term grunt shit is a understood and respected thing. Like being a faceless goon is not the problem. It's not a bad thing at all. Like Lost Planet 2, fantastic game. No character is named. Raccoon City is also fantastic. You have friends you make fun of the game with as you go through it, though it's still enjoyable solo experience. I think it's also fun when you have friends just to mess around. Like you're having fun with it. I wouldn't say you laugh at the game, you laugh with it. Because that's what I think is the experience, is you're having just a goofy time with this story that is going absolutely off the walls. It's insane. Oh, hey. I believe we opened everything.
You can hear something crumbling. Then suddenly, seawater begins rushing into
Are we
the
still
room.
underwater anyway?
As if the water isn't bad enough, a gigantic and terrifying snake-like figure comes with it. The water threatens to knock you off balance, but you steady yourselves and prepare for battle.
I like this. We are being chased by giant snake. Giant enemy sea serpent. It's Kyryu Shin. Oh god, what the heck? Oh, these ones are actually kind of perturbing. Okay, never mind. Best thing about Hunk is he has 2 canon appearances. They're both RE2. Honestly reasonable. Add 2 to water damage dealt by all allies and enemies. That one sounds like a buff for them. However, I do want to see what happens. They gave it to me. I'm going to see what happens. Okay, so critical, but I think they resisted. Oh, no, they did resist it. Oh, that's wild. That's crazy. Okay, we'll just attack. Which one's the lowest? You're the lowest HP. Okay. But, yeah, no. I think
Magnificent.
I think when I guess water rushing into the chambers like wind. I guess so. I guess that makes a lot of sense. Ow. Oh, I should have healed before I got here. Let's see. Need 5. Let's see. Restore 20 HP. I'll just heal. I'll heal my guy really quick. Get healed, fool. Oh, critical heal. Yay.
Magnificent.
Okay. I had to heal so that we wouldn't be too poor off. I'm gonna attack down I'm gonna try and attack down the highest attack one. Hey. But I think that when you have, if you like your character, if you're okay and like your characters being faceless, it's kind of fun. Like, I think that's one of the appeals of Helldivers right now, is that you are not, like, your character themselves is expendable as heck. Like, you are insanely expendable by the grander scale of everything. Okay, so they're boosting water damage. I need to figure out how we're gonna do this. I think Laddie's going to use items. We need to heal up. Need to heal up really bad. We'll heal. I think healing everybody would be nice. That means that everybody gets to be stable. Okay. I need one more, and then I could do the attack all, which would be super good and very helpful.
Excellent.
I think if I spend the next turn that Fila has, if I spend Fila's turn charging, I think the Breakers did better than Friday the 13th. That unlike Jason the Raider has to play the game if they want to not get curb stomped. I think that is a key part of designing a good isometric game, is that that both sides have to be incensed to move. Like you shouldn't have the option to just wait your opponent out. Okay, I need to round down some of these guys so we take less damage. I think what I'm gonna do is hit this one really. Ah, no attack down. That's okay. Okay. Ow. And I think that's true of any game, any multiplayer game in general. Like, single player games don't necessarily have this issue because single player games, the impetus is on the player to play. So it's not exactly a surprise if somebody says, "Hey, in order for this game to be fun, you have to do things." But I think very specifically, it's the nature of the game is made better by. It's made better when a multiplayer game you're forced to move. Okay, wait, we're under the happenstance where it reduces ice damage, so I'm gonna do this really quick so I can, as long as I have 5 by the time we get back to Fila's turn, we'll be fine. Okay. Let's see. Oh. Let's see. Heal. Back down. When it comes back to their turn, I'd like them to not be able to hit me as hard. There we go. Okay, cool. And the water damage is reduced, so I'm not horribly worried. But I think, like, the key thing with Friday the 13th is that the problem is that the only people who have to act are the campers. Like, the campers are the only ones who really need to be moving at any time. Let's see. If I hit this one right now, then Fila can do her thing. And that should knock out, I think, 2 of them, I think. My guy has been he's been paralyzed most of this fight. Okay. This. Just realized this single target? It is single target. I should have gone for the other one. This is fine. This is fine. I need to remember that that one's a single target move. That's fine though. Deal water damage to all. I think it's probably in my best interest though to do that because it feels like that one guarantees a knockout, but still a bit awkward, but oh no. Okay, hide's fine.
That's not good.
Actually, it's just fine. I think the main thing for me right now is just making sure I think I just need to delete this boy. I think we're okay. At least I think so. Then damage. I think this is just the finishing touch. Yeah, it is. Okay, good. I'm gonna need to heal Hyde up when we're done. 400 and 500. Not too bad overall.
Once the battle ends, the rushing waters calm. The trial in this room seems to be over. You might be able to find the path onward now.
But I think that's also true in other games as well, where if you're not really pushing to make strides to, you know, deal with your opponent, if you're not actively making moves to finish the game, it kind of feels like getting punished for not doing anything is kind of feels like it's destined to happen. Let's use, let's see, heal up, hide, and then I'll use another one of the 10 potions. I think one of the examples that I can bring up straight away is RTS games, real-time strategy. The ones I can think of off the top of my head that immediately strike this are games like Age of Empires or Civilization, where by not actively participating,
itself opens up like a door, revealing a room behind it. You wonder if this is where the water and monster from earlier were hiding.
it breaks open this wall. I see. But I think with those kind of games, the main problem is that if you sit and you just turtle up and wait for your opponent, like you're just building up an army and building up your stuff, if you're playing against a proactive opponent, they'll just come and slap you around. They don't really care.
The stela is shaped like the Azure Spirit, guardian of
no
the
words.
Isle. There are no words carved in it.
Interesting. Okay, what about this one?
The stela is shaped like the Azure Spirit.
This one doesn't seem to be booby-trapped.
Guardian of the Isle. This one doesn't seem to be booby-trapped.
Doesn't seem to be trapped is definitely something I've heard in a D&D campaign where that fills players with immediate dread.
This door has been passed through for the ocean trials many a time. There are no words carved into it.
The way to me shall open.
You hear a mysterious voice echoing in your head. And then the door opens, as if inviting the maiden in.
What happens if we just go in? I see. But if a game rewards not being proactive in terms of making choices to play, I think that it's not bad, but I definitely think it can be. It can definitely sour the experience over time, I think. Hey, Ring of Protection. Well, it's good that I bought one, but having two is gonna be a little weird, but it'll be fine.
You stand before the altar, where the ritual will take place. Grateful for helping her pass the ocean trials, Fila speaks to you and your allies one by one.
I'm very worried now.
We always had the best conversations, she tells Laddie with a smile. Laddie returns the gesture. Thank you for showing me a strange new world, she says to Lack, who blushes ever so slightly. Finally, the Azure Maiden turns toward you with an earnest look in her eyes. Protect Laddie, she tells you. Fila sees through your evasive reply and smiles, knowing that she can trust you.
This sucks already. Why is she giving hugs like it's the end of the world?
Before the ritual, the two hold each other without a word, sharing in their mutual warmth.
This already feels bad.
The scene before you almost breaks your heart. It's as if the two are saying their final farewell. Fila climbs atop the altar, and the maiden's relic begins to shine, as if responding to the altar. Amidst the dazzling light, the Azure Maiden turns to you and speaks.
Thank you so much for everything.
With those words, Fila transforms into light and journeys to where the spirit dwells. Her ceaseless smile remains on her face until the very last moment. The tears on her cheeks, however, tell a different story. The Azure Maiden's relic clatters to the altar. The ritual is over. Silence fills the room. Fila, the Azure Maiden, is gone. The sacrificial maiden's ritual, conducted to protect the island, has claimed her. You shift your gaze toward Laddie and wonder if she embarked on this journey knowing this harsh truth. A voice breaks the silence.
Hey, who the heck is getting in the middle of my morning? Really, Hyde? Really?
The Azure attendant's spiteful laughter reverberates throughout the room. Neither you nor Laddie can hide how shaken the man's sudden transformation has been. You had expected sadness, not this.
I'm not gonna lie, I just realized I probably should have guessed that that naming a character Hyde would give you a little bit of what do you say to Hyde? What is wrong with you?
Your voice quivers as you ask. Hyde doesn't hesitate to answer your fearful question. Hyde tells you that the village forced him to be the Maiden's attendant, regardless of his wishes. Attendants must follow the village customs and continue to serve the spirit summoned by the Maiden during the ritual for their entire lives. Becoming an attendant forced him to give up on his childhood dream of becoming an accessory craftsman. Because of that, he abhorred the Azure Maiden from the bottom of his heart. Even so, he continued to play the role of the smiling lover that Fila desired. Hyde raises his fist overhead to smash his couple's charm, indelibly stained with his deep-seated feelings of hatred.
I had my first video game match. There's nothing that tells me what things are happening, so I'm not watching the HUD and I don't get to know what fine keys to play. I see. Also, I need to focus it. I need to focus on the story. The fact that Hyde really...
But he cannot bring himself to throw it down.
Aww.
The words of the sprightly young Azure Maiden echo in his mind. Though he should have hated her, he had been bewitched by her magical smile. The cries of the Azure attendant, filled with both hatred and sorrow, reverberate through the halls of the seabed temple.
I feel like conflicted feelings. It's like, on the one hand, it's like the worst feeling for me right now is that I understand. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. This dude literally had his entire life taken from him to go serve this lady. He fell in love with her, but he also felt like nothing, like he had a dream that was taken from him. And it's like, he's happy that she's gone, but he's also upset that she's gone. Like, that's a lot of feelings going on.
Forever and ever.
Yeah, because he has to watch over the relic, doesn't he? He has to wait. Oh, he has to wait for her. Cute and playful Azure Maiden. And her dependable and composed Azure attendant. Oh. Their precious moment in time. Their adventures together. Give the maiden resolve to face her cruel fate. Smile becomes not but a memory at the seabed altar. Aww. Where the attendant reveals how he abhorred her. Echoes of their suffering linger in the hearts of those who bore witness. Tale of the Azure Maiden. Aww. Then, so that's the end of the Azure Maiden story. Curiosity, what's your least favorite storyline in a video game, main or otherwise? Body game memories of friendship. I see. My least favorite storyline. Oh, we got the Azure Memory Relic. Oh, I see. What's my least favorite storyline?
Hyde says, Leave me be. Your group leaves him and reemerges from the depths of the sea.
I think there's 2. But I think it's less of a storyline and more of a trope. The one trope that I find frustrating is when a bit like I call it cutscene armor. Because it's a form of plot armor, but it's basically it's like when the abilities of a character in a cutscene and the abilities of a character in the game are like it's different enough where sometimes you see characters get forced out of their power level by what the story needs to happen. That I find frustrating. I would say a lot of zombie games actually have this whole thing where it's like, okay, so I spend this entire game like utterly ripping apart a bunch of infected, undead, whatever, and then when you get to a cutscene, it's like Yakuza games have the reverse of this. Yakuza games, it's like, it's kind of funny because the Yakuza games, I have seen what you're talking about, because the Yakuza games, the cutscenes are showing you how awesome they are, and then when you come into gameplay, they have to maintain game mechanics, otherwise there's no way you can lose. But it's like the reverse of it isn't a problem, but it feels weird. It still feels weird, but it's like it's not as bad as when I feel like it's not as bad if you're more powerful in a cutscene than you are in a fight than if it's the other way around. Like if you're watching a cutscene and you're thinking, why would the character even let this happen? They're like way more stronger than this. They're way stronger than this, and you wouldn't have allowed this if you were playing the game. That is frustrating because it means that you've taken agency from the player and said, but we need the plot to happen this way. And it's actually fine when the two are equal. Like cutscene power and in-game power feel about the same, roughly. I will say that is a ding against Final Fantasy 13 because sometimes
Laddie grips Phila's Maiden's relic in hand. The Azure attendant entrusted it to you to help you on your journey. When you parted ways, Hyde informed you that there was rumored to be... When you parted ways, Hyde informed you that there was rumored to be a hot-blooded maiden in Hero's Dominion on an isle in the western...
Did they just include a flub? What the... Did you hear... Wait, did you guys heard that? Also, I see the game audio is a little quiet, so I'm going to turn it up a little bit. Seems a little quiet. I'm going to crank it a little bit. There we go. But, thought that was you somehow. No, it wasn't me. That's why I was like, I caught me so off guard because rumored. Then he had to reset it. It was like, oh, what was it? What game was it we were playing recently where something like that happened, where we were walking by somebody and they discovered a button that let you repeat the line? No, it wasn't. I didn't press anything. Oh, 6. Yeah, because the one soldier just restarts his line. The gun soldier. He repeats his line because he's like, all right, nope, gonna take it from the. He like takes it from the top again. It's really, oh my god, that just threw me. That took me so off guard. I wasn't ready for it. Trying to think. I think actual least favorite storyline. I just had a realization. I think my least favorite storyline in anything, I think it's Oblivion actually. No, Sonic 06 has one too. Oblivion, I think, has one as well. There's a couple of games where they have flubbed lines that they kept in the game. It's really funny. But I do think, Blue Bolt, to your question, I think I do have one storyline that, in general, I don't like. And it's specifically, I have to say specifically, the forced romantic subplot. Like, it's one thing if the game gives you an option for it, like the Persona games, Skyrim, Elder Scrolls games kind of have it, but I don't know. Romantic subplots a lot of romantic subplots don't do it for me. But when it's something that you choose to do because it's something that's in your hands, and it's just building bonds with characters, and you can there's a like the S ranks in Final Fantasy or Fire Emblem. My bad. In Fire Emblem, I'm trying to think of some other ones. I know Fire Emblem has it. Triangle Strategy sort of had it, but it's kind of funny because Triangle Strategy's story is so well done And the story of Frederica and Serenoa is so well done that their blooming relationship is really fun to watch. But it's not a romantic subplot. It's just two characters getting to learn how to love each other. How do you feel about Dragon's Dogma version? I have never played Dragon's Dogma. I do own it though. Yeah, it's back there. I have to play it at some point. I do have to play it at some point.
You call out to Laddie, who is gazing forlornly at the Maiden's relic, and your group returns to your journey.
Honestly, if the more you travel, the more your bond with Laddie deepens. Oh, we get a Thunderbolt attack. Now we can do. Oh, we have a team move. Fila and Hyde have left the party. Lack is eligible for battle. So that one isn't a subplot. Your character just loves whoever you're nicest to. Oh, that's kind of what it's like in Fire Emblem Three Houses. But what I mean is, I think when it's kind of just when the player has no agency in it, I think it's frustrating. You know. Let's see. Can I give this lad some equipment? Nope. Lack does not get any equipment ever. Omega Staff. Can I? Oh, you can't change out the Omega Staff. I see. That's good to know. Question then. Can I use it? Can I has? I can. I can has. Oh, my speed would be so dumped on. Oh my god. Oh my god. I really need to get the better armor so I can not deal with that. But when it's something that is part of the story that you yourself crafted, it's not a bad thing at all. But it's specifically when you're talking about it's like you're kind of just forced to third wheel for two characters. I think that's when I get tired of it, if that makes sense. If it does, I don't know if it's the best description of it, but when you're third wheeling the characters, it's kind of awkward in my mind. Heal. Trying to think of other ones. Reezy, how's it going? Reezy was streaming the Skyrim. I need to shout out Reezy. Hey friend. Yeah, I got to watch some of that. She was finishing the Dawnguard stuff. I really like the Dawnguard questline. That one's a good one. Wanted to see this game. It sounded neat. Oh yeah. Yeah, I was just finished up. I guess it's good we avoided spoilers for your sake, but also I just had like the most emotionally. I got stricken. I was stricken by the emotions that I wasn't ready. Wasn't prepared. Let's see. I need to buy some equipment though. But I'm very happy. I'm very happy with where we are right now. Let's see. Okay, this would be nice because this means. Oh, well, I think when a game is able to hit me right, it's like when a game's able to hit you directly in the emotions. Like I was able to preserve myself a little bit and keep myself from getting just in the heart. Yeah, it's bouncing around in there like a. It's akin to someone throwing a rubber ball inside the chambers of my heart and it's just going ding 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 ding. Let's see. I need to swap out some equipment. But we were also just discussing because Blue Bolt asked an interesting question of what are my least favorite storylines in games, and I found this when I had to watch the Walking Dead game. And I find when there's a lot of characters that aren't very fun to get invested in, I tune out a little bit. I think, I definitely think that in the Walking Dead games, I think Lee and Clementine are kind of the only characters that you kind of care about, and that's kind of the problem I have with. I think stories like that where every character's a dick is just not fun. You know, Game of Thrones does it too, where they just kind of make everybody awful. And that doesn't feel very fun. Buy more. So many a-holes in The Walking Dead. Yeah, And I think those stories have merit, but I also think that it's just not for me. You know, just one of those things where I've recognized which, like, I think people fighting for survival BLS, I want to F over other people, yeah. You know, and you would hope that that's the case. One day we'll have a good non-Telltale Walking Dead game, yeah. The one we did get from Overkill, I did like World War Z, but World War Z is just goofy. You can only be blessed. Yeah, seriously. Let's see. We have the whole open ocean ahead of us, so I need to figure out where I'm going next. Let's see. We have a big open map. Can I just go over here? No, I can't. Okay. Good to know. Set sail? Yes. No, we have to get to the big map. Never mind. We have to get to the big map.
It appears the sea has undergone a change while you were adventuring with the Azure Maiden.
Well, there's a social deception one that was based on a game that already existed more than it was The Walking Dead. Yeah, I think social deception games are also kind of weird for zombies anyway.
The route to the western seas has opened. Now you can look for a way onto the isle where the Maiden lives.
We have to go find the Maiden, and I'm pretty sure we're not going to be happy getting there either. I think we're going to be very happy finding all this to the sea at last. Also, we have this little marker that's our boat, and I love our boat. The Bon Vent is my favorite boat. I don't know if it's as good as the one we had in Skies of Arcadia, but it makes me happy. Oh, good. The enemies also leveled up. I see. The enemies also decided to hit the gym while we were out. I see. It's good to see. I love this. I love this little guy, even though he's a bit of a dork. Let's see. I think I'll just poke and then. To be honest, it's a great one. I've seen some people play it, and it seems like a lot of fun. There's so many variables. It's not just is this guy bad. I have had a lot of experiences trying out board games for various reasons or another. And I think that... I know that social deduction can be a lot of fun if you have a good group to play with. I think... Great example is Among Us. I think Among Us is a very well-designed game. Even if... Like, nowadays it's a meme, but if we actually take a step back and you know, understand the design process of it, I think there's a lot of fun to be had with what Among Us is doing. But it shows the power of social deduction games as party games. Because sometimes you're playing against the player, and so, like, you know, literally... I played Among Us for 20 minutes with a friend and hated it. I think it's better when you have a group, right? Goose Goose Duck was my favorite version of the Among Us style. I've heard that one's very good. But I think a lot of social deduction games come down less to the game itself, because the game can be as well designed as you hope. But if you could also be in a Discord call too. Yeah, because I've played Among Us. No one likes the chat function. No one does. I've never liked it. But when you're playing a game like Among Us, or you're playing any social deduction game, I think that the group you play with, it both works for and against the gameplay. Where if you're playing with a lot of friends, if they know your tells, it's pain. Imagine somebody joining a call and you're forced to talk to 15 people in a game. I like the versions that the one that I've seen a lot is that with Among Us, you generally don't talk until you're in the meeting. That's the social rule. But some people have modded in proximity chat so they can talk and have fun with it that way. But I do think that the key with social deduction is if you're playing with friends, they know your tells when you're lying. So it can be really hard to play with direct, really close friends. But it also means that you have a lot of fun with it. Proximity chat would be excellent. Yeah, it's quite good. The mod for it's very nice. Oh, is that a fish? Something got blown out. What will you do? I think I want to catch it. Dodge it.
You steer the boat out of the falling object's trajectory. It hits the water and sinks below the waves.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to deal with that one this time. Yeah, I don't really play... I would learn how everyone else played Imposter, just mimic them. Yeah, I haven't played much Among Us since... I'd say 2021, maybe. but I kind of. Oh, I stopped him. I love it when he says that. Aw, I was moving too quick. Rats. Is this just all open typhoons? It's all whirlpools, then we don't need to worry about it. But I like checking it just to be safe. The only reason I'd play now is through the achievement on Xbox, I guess.
Fight him off.
I suppose that's kind of the main problem with. I think playing social deduction games by yourself can just be kind of boring, because you know you're just kind of you pop into a random game and it's kind of just it's okay. It can be fun, but I don't think it's as fun as when you're playing with friends. Doing some pretty solid damage overall, though. I think the key thing is that my defense is really high. Been able to kind of cheese some of these fights by having good defense. This is the benefit of having good armor. Probably don't need to explore everything, but it seems to be rewarding to do so. So I'm not gonna stop doing it now. Extra stuff. God, I love the card games. If somebody ever made a physical version of this game, I probably would play the crap out of it. You know, just like something where you have the... Okay, so yeah, if there's the wall. There we go. Something kind of like you have a... I don't know, it would suck to have to lay out all these cards, though, as the map. That would be a little awkward. What will you do? I'm gonna hit it with my sword this time.
You hurriedly draw your sword and strike the falling object. It turns out...
I just cut a fish in half. Have you tried Hand of Fate?
It was a fish, but now it's two. Both halves hit the water and disappear below the waves.
You obtain nothing. I haven't played Hand of Fate. I'm curious now. Is that the one? Wait, is that the one that's the like pseudo fighting game? I don't remember. Hey, what's this? Your party makes land. Is this the other side? Dock at the South Isle? Yes. I think this is the side. It's a bit similar to this game, but with Arkham-like combat. Oh, interesting. So it has the card style play, but Arkham style combat. Interesting. It sounds fascinating. I have to look into that sometime. Oh, there's a shipwreck. Oh, what's in here?
You discover a shipwreck. You climb aboard and begin searching for anything useful.
I'm curious what we're gonna end up with. Oh, the lightning steering. Well, a lightning steering. The audio just a tiny bit more. There we go. That sounds like a lot of fun. I gotta look into that then.
As if remembering something. Could this be the ghost ship the fisherman told you about?
Oh, this is the ghost ship. Yeah, let's take a look. It'll be fun. Actually, wait, back up.
With tears in her eyes, Laddie asks if you can turn
back.
Unable to deny her, you decide to leave the area.
Question, does it leave the ship? Okay. Oh.
A bizarre rock appeared. It seems primed to explode.
Roll the dice, see what happens, what it becomes after it explodes. A 6. It's money.
The bizarre rock transformed into a gold
It exploded into money? Oh, 1,000 gold. Holy crap. Okay, before I do something stupid, like go onto a ghost ship without any knowledge, I'm gonna save and... Intermission. I'm gonna save and then I'm gonna go back on the ghost ship. I'm sorry, Laddie, but we need to go back on. I like that Laddie's just like, can we please not deal with the ghost ship? And I'm like, oh, gal, it's okay. We've killed ghosts before. We literally beat up that skeleton earlier. It's fine.
Laddie is terrified, but puts on a brave front. You worry about her, but decide to continue your search when an apparition appears, perhaps bearing a grudge against the living. It rushes at you.
I think we can beat this ghost. I'm pretty sure we can beat the ghost.
Don't hold back.
Okay. This definitely doesn't look awful. They have high attack stats, though, so I'll need to be careful about their attack. But otherwise, this doesn't look too bad. Let's see. I think if I round him down and then, yeah, then we do this. Oh, I didn't equip the all attack. Oh, or the I didn't equip the new attack I got. Meh. Oh well. Oh, wow, that's a lot of damage. Deal water damage to all. Oh no, Laddie. I need to get Laddie some better armor. She does not have good armor.
Yikes.
Thanks, man. Thanks, man. I really tried my best. Okay, that's gonna suck. Let's see. How am I gonna do this? How am I gonna win this is the question. I'm gonna generate a gem and then have my guy try to do... We have a save. Like I saved right before this, so I'm not horribly worried about getting cooked. But okay, well I will say I did figure out what I did wrong, and that's I didn't really equip any of the stuff I need to equip for this fight. I like the design on all the cards. I think the artwork in this game is probably some of the best I've seen in a while. It's right up there with some of the best design I've seen. I think one of the few... I think one of the other... I think Persona 3 has also been like... I've been very spoiled for really good art and design. And I think this game is just... It really does kind of... Really does just kind of show how good we have it. Some of this stuff. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to... I think I'm going to heal Lack. I'm going to have Lack heal Laddie. And then... I think I'll be okay if... Okay, well, he got targeted, so that's okay. This is fine. Okay, well... Is it bad that now I'm kind of worried about winning this fight, that I'll just be stuck with whatever I end up with? Let's see. How do I handle this? Let's just go. I'll have to just body him. Ah, oh, bad roll though. Meh. Bad roll, but a crit was nice. The crit was nice, but I'm pretty certain this is a loss, but we'll see. We will see. This definitely seems like it'll come down to the wire if I do win, so let's do this. Okay, that was a knockout. That's good. No weakness to win, though, so that kind of sucks. Ow. Okay, I do need to heal, though, so... I might as well give it a good, honest try and see if we can win, but... I'm not 100% confident in winning this one. But like I said, I feel like it'd be almost worse if I do win. Our random ailment is what I get. Deadly poison. God. Okay, well that's helpful. Let's do this then. Easy peasy. And I critical healed, so I'm back to full health. I see. Oh, and a freeze. Okay, well that means he's gonna do double damage with his next attack, whatever he lands. Ow. Okay, I just need to hit him. I'll go for try attack and see if I can get lucky. Oh, okay. That's 14 damage in total, so then if I survive this turn... Okay, there's a very real chance I win this. Alright, let's do air thrust, because this, I can guarantee some damage with that. I love the card moves when you're doing the attacks. Okay, well we somehow won that, so Good lord. Laddie leveled up. Laddie's stats are kind of concerning me, to be honest. Oh, he also gets that ability. That's cool. Now, see, the problem I have is that
after exercising the spirit, you find a ring on the ground. Could this have been what the ghost was possessing?
What'd I get? Ring of Compassion. Increases critical chance. Okay, that's actually kind of good, because that... Okay, so that ring might be super helpful. Hang on. Okay, first off, though, I think I need to give Laddie a Ring of Protection. She is getting cooked. Speed be damned, she needs to be a little bit more powerful. I do wonder if this is the right play, because now we'll still have decent speed. So, do that, and then... I think the Ring of Compassion would be really good. Oh, but that means my defense is gonna suck. Oh, wait, no, it's the same as Laddie's. Yeah, that'll be fine. Actually, the Ring of Compassion on him, and then we need... Oh, yeah, we need to equip the new abilities. That's right. Let's see. Abilities... Wait, these are abilities, not skills. I see. I need to remember that so the main thing is you can only have 5 skills at a time. Deal attack plus 12 bolt damage. Alright, this turned out to be quite useful. First off, I'm gonna move... The thing I want to do is move this... Nope. Switch that. I want it in order of most to least. I think Tri-Attack... I feel like I'd want to swap it for this, because then we have... So with this ability on hand... Well, I guess... Alright, wait. Let me go check Laddie's abilities, because... If Laddie has an ability I can swap out, I wouldn't be too upset. Actually, wait, let's swap out Laddie's... Because Sharpness hasn't been super important lately. And having some high power attacks on her would be kind of... Actually, no, we want Sharpness, so... Because... Let me think. Because if I use Sharpness on... If I use Sharpness on my boy, then he can do the Thunderstrike ability, and it'll deal damage equal to his attack, so... Yeah, that would be a good finisher move. And it would be just strong as heck, so that would be pretty sick. Yeah, let's do that. I think this will work. I think the main thing is that Laddie can buff my guy, and this boy can debuff people, so should be good. I should probably also... I'm gonna go back to Coveton and sit in the inn because I need to think about what I've done. There's a lot of games I need to check out nowadays. I have a lot on my list already. I know that we have Princess Peach's Showtime on our plate coming up soon. And we have... Let's see. I'm trying to think, because we have a lot of games coming out this year. Every year we have a lot of games coming out, but I think this year in specific we have an even more packed year. That also includes stuff like DLC releases and all that. I think Elden Ring's DLC is gonna be very fun. I don't know how quickly I'll get it, but...
eyes light up in surprise and delight.
I'm gonna drink some water.
Well. To what do I owe the honor of a visit from the son of the Fortune Tellers Alliance chairman, she asks. She clearly has you confused with someone else. But on the plus side, she is extremely happy to see you. So happy, in fact, she waives the fee for your room.
Well, thank you for confusing me for someone else, because I needed a room to stay, and I'm happy to take free stuff.
The party leaves the inn feeling rested.
Okay. That's good. I'm gonna get out of here before she realizes I'm not that person. I'm gonna go buy items. Because we did kind of miss on some stuff. Also, we're past the hour mark. How's everyone's week going so far? I've been doing my best to push forward on work. Because I've been really trying to get ahead on planning. Because I'm planning the next book, so I'm excited for that. But daylight saving is kicking my butt. Doing good. Enjoying all the stupid nice weather lately. Yeah, it's been very good. Warm weather. I mentioned it, Reezy, I told you earlier that, yeah, daylight saving for me is just kind of whooping me, but it's slowing my work down a little bit, but the nice weather has been a welcome change of pace. The trouble I have is when the weather keeps flipping between being warm and cold. It's awful. Losing an hour sucks. I feel like for me, it's almost worse when it's not just that you're losing an hour, it's that you're losing an hour for no reason. You know, just kind of an arbitration. You know, just, okay, I guess I am doing that. I'm gonna catch it this time. Whatever it is, I'm gonna catch it.
You open your arms wide, and into them falls.
But I think this week has been good for getting things done at any pace.
It's a fat, tasty-looking fish. Your companion's stomachs growl at the sight of it. Recalling it's about time to eat, you deftly prepare it and share a friendly meal.
We're all recovered 5 HP. We don't need that given that we just rested, but that's entirely fine. I'm just happy that we got to share a meal with our favorite gal. Okay. Enemy. I think, though, with our current stat setup, we should be pretty ballin' right now.
Hope you win.
Thank you, sir. And I love I really like the card art. I think this game does a great job of, okay, you have it's like you have cards as the only thing really telling you and like showing you anything. And the theater of the mind that it creates is almost more evocative than some games with being able to show you directly what's happening. I think it's amazing. Oh, my poor boy. Getting cooked. Okay, we haven't seen this move yet, so I'd like to see it in practice. 8. Okay, but I'm pretty sure this might kill anyway, so. Ooh. Well, that's just sick. That's just cool as hell.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Hell yeah. God, that's a good one. That's a cool move. I like that. We got Stunning Blow. We can now inflict paralysis. I will say, trying to think of the characters in this game in terms of actual Dungeons and Dragons, I have no earthly idea how you would create some of these characters. Because some of their abilities fall under the purview of just so many different archetypes that it's almost a little bit bizarre to try and consider how that would work in other systems. I
don't know what it is, but there's just something so relaxing about the sound of waves, isn't there? I love it.
This guy, the narrator for this game feels like I'm talking to Maruki again from Persona 5. And every time I say that, it makes me miss Maruki even more. He's like a comfort character. I just liked him a lot. He was complex and he had some stuff that he wasn't quite all together on, but I miss him. What a lad. I feel like there are certain characters, I started referring to them as comfort characters, where it's just getting to see them in action, getting to see those familiar faces. You know, just there's something relaxing because it's like visiting an old friend. It's not like reading a book or, you know, partaking in a story that you visit now and then. It's how I'm feeling about Final Fantasy 13. Like, I'm doing that replay off stream, and I think especially getting to see the characters go from the beginning, which feels like the beginning of Final Fantasy 13, the characters feel incomplete because they're all missing something, and when you get to see them find that piece of themselves they're missing, it's satisfying. It's rewarding. I think my favorite character arc, and I think the thing that is probably why people find the story frustrating, because I recognize the fault in Final Fantasy 13's story. It's one of my favorite games of all time, but the fault in the story, I think, Tales Zestria, Berseria do that for you, and Dreamfall, The Longest Journey, and Dreamfall Chapters are great to return to. Oh, I think it's like there's always that one game that you kind of, no matter how many times you've played it, you can return. I think with I was saying it, and I think even knowing the flaws, it's when you recognize the flaws in something, but you love it anyway. I think it redoubles your love for that thing, right? I think it's true for, you know, it's true for romance, and it's true for story. You know, it's true for things we love, not just romantically, but also just any form of love and affection. I think that you kind of double down when you've recognized the flaws in a thing, but you can still say, but I like this. I still love it a lot. And I think being able to recognize the flaws or the facts, my dog's an asshole sometimes, but I love him. I think it's like, you know, exactly, you know, it's like I recognize that there are problems or there are absurdities, and that still doesn't bother me. And I think that's what's like with 13, the greatest issue is that I think the greatest issue with Final Fantasy 13 that I just genuinely recognize is that the game is it's like all of the characters' arcs finish before the game does. So there's that period of the story where you have all these characters who are complete people, but they're finished. They're just they're seeing the story to its end.
Ahoy, matey! It's like you can feel the sea breeze.
I love this guy so much, man. But I think that's what's kind of fascinating to me is that there's very few games where the character's highest point, you know, their most complete self, isn't found very close to the end of the story. And it's not often you get to see a character who fully understands themselves and they get to be their full complete self for an extended period of the game. You know, they have a full understanding of themselves. But they only usually get it at the end of the game. You know, it's like, okay, yeah, it's the final, you know, the third act, and you're going right in for the final fight, you know, sort of thing. Certainly not a bad thing at all, but I do think that I think with some stories, it's more interesting to see to see what you get from that. I think the character I think about the most with that is Saz in Final Fantasy 13. I won't say any spoilers, but basically it's just like his arc kind of finishes early, and then they kind of don't know what to do with him for a long while, and he's just kind of there to wisecrack, and I feel bad because it's like I love him, I love his character, but he definitely does not have narrative weight later, and it's kind of upsetting. He's still fun though, I like him a lot. But I think that sort of mentality helps when you approach stories in games, because it's probably why I think if anybody ever went through all of my streams and all of my VODs and they were looking for a game I genuinely hated, they would have to go, there's only like a few specific ones, and most of the time the problem is that even then I can still find why somebody would like it. Even if I dislike it personally, I could still say, okay, but somebody loves this and I want to know why. And that's where my job is at its best, is getting to see, but yeah, I didn't like it, but what is there, what do people love about this, and what redoubles their love for this thing? I'm gonna catch it. I'll catch it.
You open your arms wide to catch some sort of item.
It's a bottle. Hey!
You gladly accept it as a gift from heaven.
Given that it was fired from a whale's spout, does that mean heaven is the ocean? That has some implications that's kind of fascinating. I guess Davy Jones' locker is more of a...
The great open sea. Huzzah! What an adventure!
I love this dorky guy. This guy feels like... This narrator feels like the kind of guy who's just happy to have somebody to run the game for. Kind of feels like the difference between this narrator and the first one. Because in the first game, in the Isle Dragon Roars, the narrator feels more tired. Like, he feels like, yes, I will tell you the story, but geez, man. All right, if you're ready to have some emotional feelings, get ready, kiddo. I'm gonna tell you a thing. Check this out. Check out this awesome story. But that's I think the fun in storytelling is the best stories also have to take risks. And I think video games have the best lot in that, in being able to take risks, because video games, the stories can have the ability to do weird stuff or just try things because they can. And the gameplay can sometimes pick up the slack. If you have a really great gameplay loop, sometimes the story can just meander. Because sometimes the story doesn't have to be as strong if the gameplay itself feels really fun. I think gameplay allows you to smooth over issues in story. I think we saw a little bit of that when I played Eternal Darkness way back when. That was a Halloween time, but one of the greater things that game did was that anytime the story started to drag or have issues, they just would throw some horrible monster at you, or a freaky jump scare or something, or, well, not really a jump scare like we would think of one, but the game would try to freak you out, and it kind of would allow the game a easy way to smooth over its own issues by just being able to just do weird stuff. No random ailment, but we did deal 5 damage. We did 5 damage and made him glow. Let's see. Good charge, and then we'd be able to take out the pirate with a single shot, I think. Ow. But so a lot of games actually have that as a backup. Oh, it's almost like a backup plan, where if the story is dragging or something feels a little awkward, they can sort of just sidestep it and smooth over it by having the
2 fight as 1.
By having the gameplay be just good enough. I think a lot of first-person shooters they do that. Especially the ones that were pioneering the genre. Great example of that actually was Fear. Because no matter what wackiness is going on in the story and in the actual implications of the lore and what's going on in the story, all of it kind of gets smoothed over in terms of if there's something weird. Cards afflicted with curse take damage whenever any attempt to recover their HP is made. I think that's a new status ailment. I've never seen that one before. Interesting. Well, let's just try and knock this guy out real quick then. I think the next attack will put him down, but we'll see. It did. Okay, good. But Fear had that sort of thing going on where even if like if I took a magnifying glass and went over the story, which honestly the story was really good, so I don't think that was a problem, but it's something that even if there were anything, I think Mapes, the big dude, because he's frustrating to deal with, but you don't ever feel that frustrated because at least what he does in game offers you a challenge in a weird way, because he turns on the turrets and they're a new mechanic to deal with and a new challenge. And even though he's frustrating and he's a frustrating component of the story, he's not awful. He's not so awful that it stops you. It's just more of a, oh hey, this is our vehicle for introducing something to you. Have fun, you know? I think that's pretty good. Alright, thankfully he did not seal everything, because that would have sucked if I went to go use an ability the next turn. Alrighty. Knock them all out. Almost did. But I think about story stuff a lot with games, because more often than not with video games, story and gameplay should be feeding each other. There should be a feedback loop between them, that it should be a positive relationship, right? Actually, going back in our conversation a couple steps, when I talked about my least favorite story lines in video games. I think to some end that the trope of, when I talked about the trope of your character is a lot less powerful in a cutscene than they are in game, I think that is fed, I think that to an extent is sometimes fed by the, it takes away the agency of gameplay and strictly forces you to view the story, to observe. And that's, it kind of feels wrong when you're talking about gameplay.
Fight 'em all.
Because when you're playing a video game, your hope is that you're able to, you have the agency to affect things. So when that is taken away from you, it negatively impacts your ability to engage with the story. At least that's what I think. Yeah, I needed to do this in order to recharge a...
Magnificent.
I need to recharge a gem. Ow. Thankfully our defenses are cracked right now, so... what I could do is build up... I'm gonna build up gems really quick and try to... maybe try to get enough... if I can get enough to get a thunderbolt or something, that would be pretty good. But with with that in mind, now thinking about it, I think when stories have issues like that, it can be very hard to stay invested. In a way, I guess, because I reread the book again by Hirohiko Araki, or yeah, it's just Araki. I'm just gonna use Araki because my brain always gets things jumbled. But Araki, the writer of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, made a book about writing manga, and it's called Manga in Theory and Practice. It's a fantastic book for writers if you ever want to get into writing anything, because he explains his process and his understanding of how storytelling is done. And the thing that I would say is of the most important note is that he mentions that character setting, story, and theme, like all of those are wrapped in art. Like he takes these 4 components, wraps them in art. I think video games are the closest point to that. Honestly, it'd be preferable to experience the cutscene part as gameplay. It changes the situation or mechanics to make you feel useless in the scenario. For example, being swamped to enemies to the point where you can't actually try to succeed, or emulating the character's tired state by altering aim or movement controls. And I think that would be a better way to do it. The trouble is that it's context dependent. And the trouble, I think, arises when you have a game that directly demands that the context have this sort of premise, if that makes sense. That the games that people make tend to have this idea in mind. I am gonna do this. Sort of, and I think actually with something like, with RPGs, I think it can be a little bit more free. You can have a bit more freedom with it, where you can try doing something a little different with the mechanics or the battles in order to make those story moments hit better. And this isn't to say that cutscenes are to be avoided, because they're not. I don't think that's the solution. I think it's just the specific thing I mentioned is that a character should feel just as powerful in and out of cutscene. That's what I really mean. So if a character gets cooked in a cutscene, but it's like, yeah, but I'm like level 2 or whatever. Actually, you know what? I actually do have a great example of this from Triangle Strategy again. There's actually, very early in the game, there is a fight. You're like level 2 or something. When you're on your first playthrough, you're baby. But the key thing is that when you get into this fight, you're winning this tournament, but then they say, oh yeah, you got knocked out in this fight. And it's you kind of finish the battle, and you've gotten to a certain point, and then it happens. But they make it feel like a natural extension of the character's level and the situation at hand. And I think that's very hard to do sometimes, to be able to make that work. I think other games, like very open-ended, open world games especially, have freedom with this, where the story they're telling can also be impacted by the player's current status. My favorite cutscene tropes is Yakuza cutscene guns, where if it's not a cutscene, that bullet killed no one. If it's a cutscene, that gun becomes lethal. Oh, I see. That makes that makes a fair bit of sense, actually. I see. But I think in the one I can think of off the top of my head of ways that games that the characters impact the cutscene directly. Great example is any Bethesda game, I think, handles this pretty well, where your character is already you've already made decisions as to how your character would do things. So your character having different reactions to different things based on their stats or abilities makes logical sense. I think the games that suffer the most from this are the ones that don't already have power levels as a thing, in a like a very, and I mean this in a sense that can be measured. I think the one I can think of where it feels the most bizarre, it's every single game that's a shooter game where the problem of the whatever situation you find yourself in, if the problem could be solved by somebody just not hesitate, like, because you just blasted through, hordes of people, hordes of zombies, hordes of whatever, and then you suddenly you ran into the guy you're looking for, and oops, you can't do anything. Like, what? Why is that the case? There's a particular game duology that I think about when I think of this, and I can't be upset with it, but at the same time, it's kind of like. But then again, I don't have much room to judge certain games because I don't know them well.
Your journey across the sea has taken you to the West Isle.
Ooh.
On the West Isle, you will hear the tale of a maiden in red.
Okay, that haircut, just that silhouette. What is this lady on? She's got the full cut. She's got the full do and like what appears to be 2 swords. What is this lady on about? Well, weigh anchor at the West Isle and begin the tale of the Crimson Maiden. Yes, I want to know what's going on.
Very well then. Prepare to go ashore.
Yes, sir. I want to know what's going on. I want to know this lady. This lady seems awesome.
The West Isle's parched, russet-colored expanse greets you. The bones of weaker travelers strewn about it, as both welcome and warning.
Wow, they're just dead. The Tale of the Crimson Maiden. That's a cool looking card. If somebody handed me a card that looked like this and just said, hey, this is your invitation to something, I would be there in a heartbeat.
You dock your ship at the pier and set foot ashore.
God, every time I look at Laddie, I'm just like, look how pretty this lady is. Look how great she is.
Laddie takes a deep bow in the direction of the Bon Fong, as if thanking it for safely delivering everyone to land.
Aw, she has deep respect for the boat.
You consult your navigation map once more to confirm your location, and resolve to head through the gorge toward Hero's Dominion.
All right, then. This music is awesome. Curious. Oh, enemy appears. Okay, we have new enemies. Yay! But with video game tropes, I think we have a lot to go through.
Fight 'em off.
I think also on my list of, I'm trying to whittle down more what sort of things, what is my least favorite, because I know what my favorites are, at least I think. I guess I've never put it into words. Because I'm trying to think, what are my favorite scenes? Because a lot of my favorite video game storylines come from a collection of factors. Because I'm thinking about it, and it's like, well, What's even in common between them? Right? I think of my most favorite, because my most favorite stories, the stories I favor the most tend to be, I'm trying to think if there's any commonality, because Triangle Strategy, the characters were really well done. You know what? I think that might be where it is. I think I've pinpointed it. That the best storylines have to come from one of two places for me. The number one golden standard is if both of these line up. The first one, it's like 2 and 3. 2 is characters are great. I think if a story is written with characters first in mind, and by extension those characters are what informs the story in happening, that is the best. I think Triangle Strategy is a great example of where both of these line up, but we'll come back to it. But the second one is if the setting creates a world that the story is fun in. I would say this is where Pokemon lands 90% of the time. The story, like the characters in Pokemon, the characterization of those characters, traditionally, I'm not going to say every game, but traditionally, those characters are not the strongest point. Some games, they get lucky sometimes and both line up. I would say Colosseum and the Black and White games, that's where those land. But with games like, with a lot of the mainline Pokemon games though, I would say that they kind of land in this weird, the setting and the world and the gameplay is where the greater strength is, and the characters fall to the wayside. But you're still having fun, and it's your journey, so you don't feel too bad about the characters being on the wayside. You know, you're kind of okay with it. And the best stories are where characters and setting are really, really strong, and then they're matched by good gameplay. And I would say that the aesthetics, I'd say aesthetics play a part, but it's more about having a consistent and interesting style rather than there's no real metric to measure good style. You know, because I would say this game and Persona both are exceptional, but not for the same reasons. So I think this one, the UI is immersive in the fact that it's very physical, it's very tactile. Whereas the UI in Persona 3 is really pretty because they took a lot of time to put, you know, vibrant, lush colors mixed with making it seamless.
Laddie appears to have found something on the roadside. You look where she is pointing and spot a small drawstring pouch lying on the ground. Inside the pouch is a simple but beautiful necklace. Laddie's eyes light up at the sight of it.
What will I do? I'm gonna put it on Laddie. Laddie, wear it.
You gently place the necklace around Laddie's neck.
I don't think you understand, but...
Though she initially looks confused, when you say, "It looks nice on you," her cheeks flush slightly and she smiles.
You can check simple necklace anytime I can accessing key items. Listen, I'm gonna make it clear. If anything happens to Laddie, I will kill everything in this planet and then myself. You need to understand. Laddie is precious. She's adorable. I feel like the trope. I'm thinking of other tropes that I find fun. There's another trope that I find fun is you've been given a child or like baby to watch over, and it's like, oh, I don't know how I feel about watching this. This is like, it's your child's in mortal peril, and then you're just immediately losing your mind trying to protect the child. I don't know. I feel like that one's also good. That one lands pretty well, but the main thing I think in any storytelling, and it might come from me as a writer, that it might be why this is the case, but I do think that if a story is not being driven by the characters in it, or at the very least being managed by it, because I think sometimes characters are forced into circumstances they don't want to be in and don't even have the mind to handle. I think horror games, especially horror games and stories, tend to be in this category, but I think that's where it's really fun. At least I think so. But the best games have, if they have to use cutscenes, they almost do so sparingly because they want to keep power in the player's hands. They understand it's kind of like the best games understand the danger that they can disengage their players by stripping away their ability. I think that's why a lot of the best games keep the play, because oftentimes the player is that active protagonist where they're actively taking part in the story and pushing things forward. So when you have a game where the characters are not the player, but the player is still the one pushing things forward, it can feel frustrating when you have characters that don't actively want to move things around. Oh, am I gonna throw this rock? No. I don't want to risk that. The last time I did that, that fruit knocked me out. I'm good. I'll do it next time, though. I'll try to remember. I'll say this red desert place is wild.
A thief appears. The brigand points at Laddie's simple necklace and yells, "Give that back." He continues, insisting in a rather courteous tone. That necklace was something I stole from an accessory shop in Heroes Dominion.
You stole it?
As the thief would have you believe, he pilfered the bauble from the shop and then dropped it in the midst of his escape. He's been
well, it's Laddie's now,
since.
so no.
He grabs for it and tries to wrench it off Laddie's throat. You've no choice.
Wait, you just tried to
defend your ally.
I'm gonna kill this man. I will send him to God. Pick a god and pray. You're getting sent there real quick. Perish. Oh, hey, cool. It seems even the dice agree with me. Bolt down. Oh, ain't that serendipitous? Ain't that serendipitous? That's fun. And for the finishing touch, I mean, he's dead anyway, it's fine. And he's gone. Trying to touch Laddie. Come on, man. Of all the people to try and like try to throw hands with. Freaking idiot.
You look down at the thief, splayed flat on the ground, and say a few words of admonishment. If you take anything away from this, let it be that you should stop plying the pilfering trade. The brigand seems to regret what he's done and cries back, "Please listen. I want to return the stolen necklace to the shop I took it from."
Do you hand over the necklace? No.
Honeyed words alone will not let you trust this wayward larcener. You choose not to hand over the necklace.
Hit him in the head with a stick to be safe.
However, the thief does not give up. Practically bawling at this point,
My God.
he makes a tear-filled appeal. "I just want to make up for the wrongs I've done."
Given that you just attacked Laddie for this, I hand over the necklace? No. Oh, fine.
You believe the thief's tears of regret are genuine, so you take the simple necklace from Laddie and
Really?
hand it
I'm not allowed to just keep it?
The thief bows his head deeply and then heads off in the direction of Heroes Dominion. You happen to look down and spot a dingy charm on the ground.
Dingy charm.
It seems the thief dropped it as he left.
Oh boy. I see, though. I understand.
On the back of the charm is a child's writing. "Daddy, do your best at work."
Oh, okay. Well, now that's just sad.
Kind of prone to dropping things, isn't he? You utter, somewhat flabbergasted, as you slip the charm into your pack.
Cool. You're stealing for your child. Great. But could you, like... I understand that things get tough, but my guy, it seems to me like this world is pretty, like, forgiving when it comes to, you know, just, you know, thievery never actually pays back. Sheesh. Sure, make me feel like a jerk for throwing hands with him. Like, hey, man. Like, why would you steal it in the first place if you... Wait, where would you even go? Where would you even go on this island to like, just hold on to that? It didn't make any sense. Where would you even go? Alright. It feels a little bit silly that you live on this island and then say, I'm gonna steal from people even though I don't leave the island. Seems a bit of a foolhardy motion. Okay, now with these set up, should be good. Oh boy. I imagine for some people who are regulars, it must be rather strange having streams start later. Then it's thinking, I'm trying to think again. I want to think again about, because a lot of my favorite games have the focus is on well-written really well-written characters, and specifically trying to, it's driving appeal through character-driven drama.
The gorge, its walls of rusted stone towering above you. It too is littered with the bones of fallen warriors and their sand-blasted blades. Unnerved, you steal only brief glances at them as you charge ahead. But you notice Laddie regards them with a certain sadness. No one says a word for quite some time. Isn't that the Dominion? Lack chirps from its resting place in Laddie's hood, breaking the silence.
I love that Lack just sits on top of in her hood, just like having a good time up there. Alright, so that's Hero's Dominion.
Indeed. The gorge gives way to a large basin, at the center of which presumably lies Hero's Dominion.
I'm very curious where we're going to go with the story
Laddie
here.
Wipes the sweat from her brow and shuffles toward a nearby rock to sit down. Stop! That's a monster, you shout. Too late to prevent it from attacking poor Laddie.
Laddie. Oh.
In one swift blow, a wild-eyed boy strikes
that's a
the
boy.
monster down. Y'all right? He barks, turning to Laddie.
Y'all. Man's got the y'all.
Unfortunately, it seems the enemy was not alone. More of them appear behind you.
So this is the attendant to the... This must be the attendant to the Maiden.
A man's voice emerges from the helmet and suit of armor before you. Those worthy of being Maiden must never let their guard down.
Oh, never mind.
It chides. I know, Gladio. I know. The boy grimaces.
That's not a boy.
What luck. It appears you've bumped into the Crimson Maiden completely by chance.
Have I?
Which would make this Gladio fellow, in all the armor, the Crimson
I'm so
Attendant.
confused. I'm a confusion.
This is all terribly convenient.
How will you address them?
You thank the duo for saving Laddie, and explain that you will have need of the Maiden's relic, if they'd be so kind as to lend it to you. The Crimson Maiden appears startled by your sudden request. Apologies, but we're in a hurry, he says curtly. Apparently, a foul beast the Dominion uses for blood sport has escaped, and it has fallen to the Crimson Maiden to reach.
Wait, is Maiden just a title? Do you not have to be a lady to be a maiden? That's progressive, but I'm very confused.
Unwilling to let these two out of your sight after such a fortuitous
I'm so
meeting,
confusion.
you agree to help them track the beast down.
I am very confusion. Livia and Gladio. My brain hurts right now. I feel like I'm not keeping up as well as I hoped I would. Wow, I am very far ahead of them in terms of level. I'm not Maiden unless I am the Maiden. How does this work? Are you? like, does the term maiden, is the term maiden just a capital M maiden? Like, not a description, but a... I am confusion, but I'm curious how does this work? Were you made maiden after... Were you made maiden after somebody else had to give up the title? Do you just look like a boy and are actually a maiden? Are you a femboy? Oh, hey, fire damage. How does this function? I am a confusion. But at the same time, I am fascinated. Okay, what is Gladio's speed if he is this slow? At least the attendants seem to all have regeneration though, so that's kind of neat. Seems to me that I gotta go looking around. Feel like it him being...
You come across an open-air stall. A sign reads, "Huge sale."
Give the stall a closer look. Sure.
As you peer into the stall, a merchant whirls around to
Hello,
greet
sir. I forgot about your baby face.
He explains that everything is on sale, and he hopes you'll buy something. It seems he'll get
I need
in
more
trouble
water.
with his boss if he brings back any goods unsold.
But what does he have for sale? Oh my god, really? Oh, holy crap. He has a lot of good stuff. Yeah, sure. These. Buy one of these. I guess it is really hard to be maidenless if you are the maiden, but it does seem a little confusing that that's the cheat you have, though. I can have 50 items on my inventory, so I have a lot of room for stuff. Oh boy, let's see. We haven't had a lot of potions, so maybe having some of these would be nice for later. Let's grab one of these. We have one already, but having a second one would be pretty nice. Alrighty. Now we have a lot of good stuff, so that's pretty good. Thank you.
The peddler is closing up the stall to head back to his boss. "See you another time," he says. "You cannot shop here anymore."
I mean, that works for me. You got what we needed.
This must be a Stela of the Isle's guardian
I
spirit.
feel like the guardian spirit being a giant skeleton is a little bit worrying, all things considered, but... Next objective. Scour the West Isle for the monster the Crimson Maiden is looking for. Oh, there he is. You?
You find a beast lurking in the shadows of the valley.
Nope.
But it does not appear to be the one that the Crimson Maiden is searching for.
Look at me. I am the maiden now.
It glares at you. Seems you're not getting out of this without a fight.
It appears we have to... it appears that we... Appears we're going to be fighting for a fair bit.
Fight him off.
Do you think the battles in this game seem to be a little bit... I don't want to say they're more balanced, but I definitely think that they're a bit more anchored in... I'm trying to say put it exactly down. They're anchored in the fact that they expect you to have done a lot of fighting. And I think that's what's helping this... I think that's what's helping this game keep things together. Carnage, my god. I'm gonna try this. Hey. Nice. That's some good damage, though.
Fortune favors the bold.
I am curious how this is gonna go, though. I wonder what is the deal with this story. I am happy that more recently than not, I've been able to keep myself on task with talking about the game in terms of being able to talk about new things each time we play it. I know that happened one time where I think especially with longer games, it can be harder for me to find new things to discuss in terms of game design. Sometimes I do just kind of settle in the rhythm of playing a longer form game. Hardly a bad thing, but sometimes I recognize that I sort of get habituated, so I just start talking about what comes to mind first. This game makes me happy. It's your boy Hecko. How's it going today? Had a good one?
Your stance keeps slipping. Gladio hisses at Levia as soon as the final blow's been struck.
Let me get the boy. I have acquired boy.
Sorry, Levia shoots back and resumes scanning the area for
Gladio is just teaching. I will say, I feel like characters like Gladio make me happy, where they're the stoic armored types that don't show their face at all. You know, it's probably this dog. If I had to guess, it's probably the wolf. Look at this thing.
You find a beast huddled in a small burrow in the rock wall, but it does not appear to be the one that the Crimson Maiden is searching for.
ODaM has only the best boy, even when they are girls.
Nevertheless,
that's how it works.
It is not happy to have an intruder in its home, and attacks. The party readies for battle.
Even the bro, all of my foxes are excellent. They are the best. Let's see. This fight looks curious. Let's see. Oh, yikes. Okay, that did a lot of damage. I've been thinking I need to draw some more foxes. I do want to make a new model for myself at some point, like a new PNG, but I haven't gotten around to it yet. I'll need to set aside a couple days to do so if I'm going to do that. Trouble is, I'm trying to think about how I'm going to do it, because I would like to put a lot of effort down on making a big stride in terms of the aesthetic. So I'm gonna need to think about that some more. Oh, excuse me. I keep having like these bouts of yawning, and I'm like, dude, geez, I don't need that going into the microphone. I have to keep muting it because I don't know why either. I had a good dinner too, and I've been doing pretty well about my exercise lately, so I think it's just because my sleep schedule's been so wonky lately. I think it definitely feels like that's kind of the thing that's going on. Because I think even just 1 hour difference. Okay, well, I probably shouldn't have let that happen, genuinely, but
yikes.
I feel like it's just because I'm not healing between fights. That's kind of all it is. I should probably just heal. I should probably heal up after this fight. You know what I just realized? I think I know what Levia reminds me of now. There's a character in Honkai Star Rail named Yang Ching. That's what I'm kind of getting from this guy right now. Like, a little bit. He seems to be a hot-headed swords person. Does not seem like they're particularly all the way there in terms of sword play yet. Use. I'll just use one of the 20 ones to heal up. So everybody else seems to be pretty good on health. So Laddie is missing a little bit, but yeah, you know what? I'll top Laddie off. There's no reason not to. We don't have an inn up. We don't have an inn soon yet, anyway. So I'm thinking about Yang Ching with this guy because he seems to be good at with a sword, but he seems to be a little less confident. Are you the one?
You find a beast and immediately raise your sword to it, but it does not so much as flinch. Upon further inspection, it looks like a falling rock or something has crushed the poor creature's life right out of it.
Oh, that sucks.
It's dead, Lavia says flatly. Lack and Laddie suddenly exhale, hands pressed to their chests in relief.
Of course, my dorks. Oh.
Gladio, sensing an imminent threat, tells everyone to be on their guard. The clanking of heavy chains precedes the appearance of a massive beast. Blood drips from the iron hammers clutched in its fists. The party grips their own weapons ever tighter, fighting their own looming sense of fear.
Minotaur. I hope today's been well. I think the first week after time change for the American side is gonna be a tough one. I think. Let's see. Okay, so I think I want to use Carnage. I think what I'm gonna do is charge. I'm gonna let the sword. Yeah, because now we can do. Deal 25 fire damage. 25, that's it. That seems oddly low, but let me see how this does. I'd like to see it at least, so let's take a crack at it. How does this one work? Well, that's kind of cool.
Teamwork.
Not really my favorite ability, but have target's HP if roll is 3 or greater. Well, that's not too bad. I could probably just heal. I could probably heal up really quick then, but Or I could just keep attacking, because why not? I feel like I could probably have Laddie heal. I could probably have Laddie heal him up because Laddie's attack is the lowest out of everyone, so could just do it that way instead. At least I think so. Probably would work a fair bit better. Items. There we go. These battles are gonna ask. I feel like the battles are gonna ask a lot more of me as we go, but it's gonna be important that I pay attention more, so. Good that I get in the habit now. Oh, so we're all gonna have defense down? Blech. Ow. Thankfully, I can have my defense reduced, but still, ow. Not the best place for us to be right now. Okay, but we're cooking in terms of damage. This is good. Seems to me like we're just gonna all have to deal with having no defense. No defenses. Ensure all ally and enemy attacks all land. I see. Well, that's awkward. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna have to hit him then. I think at this point, then the best course of action is just to hit him as much as we can. Attack plus 4 damage. Could just do this then. That is 11 plus 4. Oh, we're almost there. Oh, that's the end of the battle because this is the one we have to recapture. I see. Well, that's good. Good thing we were able to handle that then.
The Maiden launches one last attack as his attendant strikes the beast with the pommel of his sword. At last, the feral fiend falls silent. Lack and Laddie break out into a round of applause, which Lavia greets with a smile and a playful swipe of his nose. We're not done, Gladio reminds the party. He binds the beast in chains, hoists it up with one hand, and carries it back toward the Dominion.
With one hand?
You never did get to ask about the Maiden's relic in the end. You follow them back to Hero's Dominion in hopes of rectifying that.
Gladio is just built different. He just lifted that whole thing with one hand. Captured the monster. I see. How is the relic is reacting to Levia's bravery? I see. I understand, sort of. I'm curious what this is going to lead to, then. Oh, man. It's been nice being able to just... I think these games especially, knowing that we only have so much time.
Hero's Dominion. A place so renowned, stories of it reached you across the vast sea. The cries of powerful warriors pierce the air, though it's impossible to tell if they're cries of joy or pain.
Well, that's lovely.
Levia informs you that the Dominion attracts all manner of warriors who long to prove their strength in battle.
Well, that sounds nice.
There are even more than usual, he says, thanks to the tournament that's due to begin soon. The party makes their way to the arena, eager to return the captured monster to its cage.
So I'm guessing we're gonna have to take place in the tournament in order to get what we want. I had to theorize. Whoa.
The woman's eyes dart between you as she scribbles something in her notebook. She who controls the information controls the fight, she says, before asking how powerful.
This lady looks awesome. What the heck? Characters here look awesome. Also, I just realized the arena is made up of 2 cards. That's actually sick. Look at that. That's sick as hell. What? What the? Ugh.
To hear this man tell it, the last maiden was a proper hero of war. Compared to her, well, he trails off as a heavy sigh of disapproval forces its way out of him.
I'm gonna guess that the Crimson Maidens seem to be all warrior types. So
watch yourself. Folks around here will use any excuse to start a fight, the woman warns you. You can't help but notice the glint of a knife in her belt.
Oh, Grandma's got hands, I guess. Seems to me like we just have a lot of people who are ready to throw hands in this place. Other lady.
Apparently, battles with captured monsters in the arena are quite the spectacle. There is one ferocious beast, she explains, that has vanquished every warrior to have challenged it.
Feels kind of funny that this place kind of reminds me of... Oh.
The man stands stock still, silently praying over those whose lives were lost in the arena this day.
I feel like this place feels like a very fascinating sort to live in, but also very terrifying because everybody wants to throw hands.
You stepped on my foot, the man says, squaring up to you mere inches from your face. You have no memory of stepping on anything even vaguely foot-like.
Stepping on anything even vaguely foot-like is such a fun term.
You apologize profusely, hoping to avoid any trouble. "Aw, we were supposed to duke it out," he says, clearly disappointed.
He's upset because he's just like, "Oh, I'm sorry." And he's like, "But we were supposed to fight."
"I'm gonna apprentice with the attendant," the man boasts. He drops to the ground and manages a mere 5 push-ups before collapsing.
Only 5? Where'd you get that sword from then? The freaking toy store? Get out of here. Enter arena entrance? Yes. This is a fun story. I feel like it's this game. The strength is the fact that the characters are the best, and then the world. It's almost as though the world conforms to because they conform the world in certain ways to thematically enhance the characters. That's what we noticed with the Isle Dragon Roars, where the world was built to tailor-made to enhance the characters, and even here the world is similar, but they push things around a little bit and make the lore of this country, of like this archipelago, fit what they need out of it, so that the story of the characters can really shine.
We need the money. The kids have to eat, the woman says to herself, seeming ready to put her life on the line to win.
I feel like this is the bane of gladiator combat being a profession. Yeah, you are always going to be risking yourself.
No, I forgot my salve, the man yells in a panic. A sudden calm washes over him. Oh, wait. There was a merchant back in the vestibule.
What
an emotional ride this man's life must be.
Oh, and the writing. And the writing just is fantastic.
The man eagerly awaits his turn in the ring. My quarrel is not with humans, he says gravely. You take that to mean he'll only be fighting monsters out there.
I think the curious thing with this is this particular area seems to imply that this island gets its economy from blood sport, which is interesting given that we saw with the Southern Isle that it was more focused on craftsmanship and fisheries. So it's interesting seeing just how different the world is overall. Like, just even across the islands.
Gladio drops the monster in front of the reception desk with a wet, meaty thud.
A wet, meaty thud. That's disgusting.
I felled it, Livia says without hesitation. I expected nothing less, the man behind the desk says with a hearty laugh. It quickly becomes clear, however, that this compliment was intended for Gladio. Livia chafes, but at least the beast has been returned. The party makes its way back out of the arena.
Feels like Gladio is, feels a lot like Gladio is the one people are really excited about seeing.
What's a runt like you come to the arena for? The warriors sneer in Livia's direction. His blood clearly boiling. Livia spins around on a heel and raises his fist. Say that one more time, he shouts.
Oh god, this guy's a...
Fists raised and eyes locked. You can see they'll come to blows any second now. You reckon Livia's no match for his opponent.
What?
And decide to intervene on his behalf.
Fight's about to break out, what will you do? You know, I'm gonna...
Don't get yourself hurt, Laddie's eyes seem to say.
Aww.
Wouldn't dream of it, you think to yourself as you dodge a fist.
I love that Laddie's just like, don't get hurt. We can fight, but don't get hurt. He's like, oh, okay, sidestep. Time for the next attack, what will you do?
The warrior's meaty fist flies toward your abdomen. Your arm instantly meets it in the air, stifling the attack.
I'm blocking. This could be your last chance to attack. What will you do? Kick him. I'm gonna kick him.
Having successfully drawn him out far enough, you swing your leg up and deliver a beautiful
I gave him the flash kick from Street Fighter.
Enough, Gladio barks by way of intervention.
Can't do anything without your handler, can you? He's like, you deploy the minion. Aw.
Despite picking the fight in the first place, the warriors show no interest in going up against the attendant. They slink off, complaining bitterly as they do so.
I like that. It feels kind of interesting because it's clearly just like he's an apprentice, not a full warrior yet.
By all accounts, Livia endures rather crude treatment, despite being a maiden.
Kind of feels like this is the point. Like it's his trial is to be made better through constant attack.
You snap out of your thoughts when Gladio turns and thanks you for aiding in the monster's capture. He tells Lavia to show you to the inn, as if to suggest everyone could use a rest after that fight, and takes his leave.
I see. Interesting. Time to keep moving. Gladio's removed from the party. Aw, we lost our we lost our face tank. Well, damn. Oh, that's okay. Might as well get moving.
You arrive at the inn, eager to rest. You mention to Lavia once more what brings you to the West Isle. You speak of the current state of Omega Isle, and how the Maiden's relics are key to saving the island.
I see.
Lavia hears your tale in full, only to politely decline your entreaty.
Well, that's nice.
He pauses for a moment, lost in thought. I'm not the Maiden, he confesses rather abruptly.
What? You respond to this confession?
Lack helpfully explains that since Lavia is not an official Maiden, his relic is no more than an ordinary weapon, and therefore of no help to Laddie.
What does that mean?
He explains that while it's true he was born into a long line of maidens, he has not been recognized as the Maiden on account of being a man.
Ah.
That his mother, the previous Maiden, fell in battle, and he has simply been named as Maiden to fill the role in the interim.
Ah.
Lavia, his confession complete,
Well, isn't that just
bids
sad?
you farewell and walks off.
It's kind of sad that he just kind of...
Clearly, the Maiden's circumstances are as varied as the islands on which they live.
I see. Oh, we have Lack again. Ain't that nice? Gained a memory of friendship. So how is this gonna work then? Because we don't have an actual maiden, so how does this work? That night. Oh, we get to hang out. Speak with your compatriots at the end. Let's talk to Lack first. Yeah, boy. Oh, a small one.
Lack floats in the air, its mouth gently opening and closing.
He's just sleeping.
You presume it to be asleep.
He's just having a good day.
You lift your hands close to its ear and clap once with vigor. Explosions! Help! We're all gonna die! It shrieks, shooting even further into
I'm just
the air.
messing with this guy. Aw, poor boy. Just messing with him at this point.
Laddie sits in the chair, head bobbing in a desperate, if futile, struggle against sleep. She's no doubt exhausted from all.
I'm gonna send my boy back for now. There we go.
Everyone is plainly spent from a day of fighting. The time has come for rest.
Of course. Oh, hey, Lavia. How's it going?
Enter the Maiden's match with me, Lavia blurts out nonsensically, barreling into your room.
Oh, okay.
It's a special tournament, and it starts soon, Lavia explains breathlessly. As it happens, they'll select the next Maiden from the winners. A fitting festival for the might-obsessed hero's dominion, you think. But will they actually recognize Lavia as the next Maiden if he wins?
So I guess it's more of a title than anything, but...
Lavia says he simply wants to win the tournament and gaze smugly at all the people who've called him weak over the years.
So we're goal.
You think back on how the citizens of the Dominion treat Lavia. How hard he works at a dangerous occupation, yet receives no respect for it. You can hear the pain of it in his voice every time he speaks. All right, it's a deal, you say. Besides, fighting people from all sorts of different places sounds like fun.
Genuinely, I think the fascinating thing with this is that we get to see a character who has to live up to the legacy of his family, and that's That's interesting.
When does it you begin? But Lavia cuts you off with an excited tomorrow.
Well, all right, then I guess we're going right to it. The next morning.
The sun is dazzling on this, the morning of the tournament. The clanking of blades echoes
Narrator.
all around you.
Narrator. Besides, tournament arcs are cool. They are. I mean, it's kind of funny because I don't think I've seen a tournament arc in a while.
Quick, Lavia chirps as he joins you en route to the
I can't think of the last time I got to see a tournament arc in a video game. I think the closest was that they had one in Dragon Quest XI. There's not a lot of tournament arcs in video games anymore. Or even in stuff, even in more recent anime, if they have a tournament arc, they kind of play fast and loose with it, so it is rather interesting to see how different it is now. We don't really do that stuff anymore, do we? Howdy doody.
Here to pick up a few scars? The man behind the desk asks with a smirk. He begins explaining the rules of the Maiden's match. Participants register in pairs, taking on the roles of Maiden and Attendant as they fight.
My Hero Academia 1's Justice might be the most recent one I'm aware of. Yeah, because my Hero Academia did one. Because they did the festival arc. I can't think, like, there's not many tournament arcs happening anymore. Which, it's not awful, but it is interesting to see how different it is.
Registered, you can go wait in the vestibule, the man explains, gesturing at the far door.
So, wait, it said pairs, so that means that characters have to sit out.
What do you think you're doing? The Crimson Attendant's voice stops you in your tracks. Let's go, Lavia says as he runs through the door, perhaps presuming that Gladio has no business dictating what he can and cannot enter. Immature brat, Gladio sighs, his helmet hiding his expression from view. Even so, you detect a note of worry rather than fury in his
have an itch. Because I can't think of any other tournament arcs really. At least not that I can think of. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Are there any other? Not many other tournament arcs I can really remember from recent time. You gotta buy more Omnisalves because these are just generally helpful anyway, so probably all well and good. Yeah, I think we're good. We'll be good on items, I think, for a little while. Literally, the only other term I can think of is the one in Oblivion.
Laddie seems to be in good spirits. You imagine she'd say, "This ought to be fun." You know we're going to fight, don't you? You ask. Laddie turns pale. Clearly, she misunderstood what kind of tournament this was.
Poor Laddie.
We'll show 'em all, Lavia shouts, psyching himself up for the fight.
All warriors to the battlefield.
The ringleader's voice echoes off the stone walls of the lobby. Onward to battle.
Now it's time to fight, but how do we do this? But how do we do this, though, if it says pairs? Then how come we can bring Laddie along? How does this work? Into arena battlefield? Yes. How does this work exactly? Oh. Warriors from another land, eager to earn the title of Maiden. Band of warriors with our weak Maiden, the pride of the Isle at center. There'll be no aid for you if you get hurt, mind. Prove your worth to the Crimson Spirit. Let the first battle begin.
All right. Time to show these jerks what you can do.
Okay. Let's see what happens then. How is this gonna go? Is the question? Oh, we do just get to bring Laddie. Okay, cool. So it isn't any issue at all.
And fight.
Add 3 to all attacks. Okay, well that's gonna be fun. I'm gonna guess the lady is probably a healer of some kind, so what I could do, I'm actually gonna charge really quick. I have a bit of an idea. Okay, and then I just need to have, I think I can knock her out in a single shot if I use my own guy. Because I can use the attack, I can use that attack ability. Yeah, we'll do Thunder Strike and just slap her out of this fight. Even if she isn't knocked out, I'll get the paralysis, so. Yeah, she's not getting an action, so that means I can leave her alone for a little bit. That means I can hard focus one character at a time. Okay, wait. No, you know what? We'll hard focus the guy because he's still alone. He is still alone, so that's pretty good. This fight is going rather well, so I'm not too worried. Let's see. Attack plus 20 if roll is 5 or greater. I think I can use this time to just deal damage, and then I think I can do the hit all, and then knock them. I can knock the lady out and also get. Oh no, it won't be a knockout, but I was able to round her HP down, so that's good. Ow. Still paralyzed, so that's pretty good. Let's see, what can I do? I charge again. Kind of interesting having to approach this with some real insane strategy. Let's see. I think if I just do an attack and then do the attack all again, I'll be able to finish this up. I think. I definitely made this fight easier by... So this is one of those things in game theory where, you know, in terms of like how to play games with efficiency, action economy is probably one of the most important things to understand if you want to be really good at playing games. Because being able to control action economy is really important for, especially in role-playing games, it's really important. Basically, the idea with action economy is that you generally want to have more actions than your opponent does. That means you're going to be doing more things. And part of action economy is also not just taking more actions, but reducing the number your opponent gets. And through that narrow and careful control of your opponent's abilities, you sort of get this great ability to handle your opponent by controlling what they're able to do. Alrighty, let me buy some... I'm gonna buy some items just to be safe. I'm gonna buy specifically, the thing I want is... buy 2 of these. But I think that when you're able to control what your opponent does and how they do it, it makes your job a lot easier. I am trying to think though of other... Oh wait, no, you know what's actually a game?
Can hardly contain her excitement at having won. You can tell because she's looking up at the sky, furiously punching the air above her head.
Oh, she's having fun. I actually just realized there is a set of games that have tournament arcs that I just thought about, that it just kind of struck me because, like, oh yeah, I've played these before. Custom Robo for the GameCube and Custom Robo Arena both have tournament arcs. In the case of Arena, it's interesting because there's actually technically multiple tournaments. The last arc of the game is like the big one. And in the Custom Robo for the GameCube, the second half of the story is like there's tournament arcs. Well, there's tournament arcs in a bunch of different things actually. So it's actually kind of, those kind of games do it. They have an interesting relation with the tournament arc because it's very easy for Custom Robo games to slot in a tournament arc at any point.
Levia wipes the sweat from his brow as you approach. You greet him, and he leaps back with a yelp. Don't sneak up on me like that, he snaps, with no small amount of embarrassment. Ah, youth. Awkward youth.
Aw, poor awkward youth. All warriors to the battlefield. So we do have a bit of a tournament. We just have to fight in the tournament. There's a number of games I can think of now that do this, but it's not exactly the same. I think some of that's because the tournament itself is more or less just a backdrop for what needs to happen story-wise. Victory is all but assured, they tell us. On the east side, the lucky victors of the previous match, starring our very own Maiden. There's still time to run, you know. Really? Prove your worth through the Crimson Spirit. Let the second battle begin.
The only way out is through.
Time to fight. This one has 3 enemies, so this one might be a bit tougher, but I think if I can use the same tactic, I'll be able to make my job a lot easier.
Don't hold back.
All allies and enemies take 3 damage. Really? Ow. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna do a similar tactic to last time. So I'm going to charge up. I think that because the main goal is I need to paralyze one of them. I think the main goal will be to paralyze the one with the highest attack so that they do the least damage. Let's see. I'm gonna hit this one really quick just because she has the lowest defense, so she'll probably be the first one I target, but the key thing for me is going to be trying to land paralysis. Oh. Attack down. Attack down kind of sucks, but oh, that's right. I can't have my attack reduced. I forgot. I keep forgetting that your main character just is 6. Okay, good. Whew. Okay, that's really good. You know what's funny is that basically 6 or higher is a 50% chance. That's basically what it equates to. Alrighty, so now we have defense buffs, which not great for us wanting to do more damage, but this is fine. Okay. Alright, now the goal is to take out one at a time. So we're going to try our best to get rid of one of them at a time. Ow. I probably will need to use healing potion on Laddie's next turn, but that should be fine. Because now the goal is to just knock them out and make sure that we maintain our offense. Oh no, Laddie. Oh no, we're fine. I worry about Laddie every time, but it's like, oh no, Laddie. Oh wait, she's fine. Yeah, this is going very well. As a fight, this is going super well. So you see how the reason I went to paralyze that guy is so that they basically lose an action per round. So now they only get 2 attacks per round instead of 1, or instead of 3. So it means that I can have more, I'll be taking less damage overall, and I'll also be able to have more chances to land big damage. Like, it's basically just like lets me control the battlefield and control what my opponents are doing. But let's see. Yeah, the highest attack is still my character, so it'll be important that I do what I want to do next with him. Okay, well, he did 1 damage. Alrighty, and then I can do... I think I want to do this so I can... Well... Actually, yeah, let's do this. Because then I can... This will let me deal damage across the board. So I think that guy's going to get out of paralysis. Yeah, he got out of paralysis. Okay. I'm going to charge a gem really quick. I think I have an idea for how to handle this. I'm gonna try and go for the same... I'm gonna go for the same attack again on this guy, but with the intent of knocking him out. Because I think it might be worth my time just to go for a wipeout instead. Ow. That's a lot of damage. Yeah, because I really don't want this guy to... I don't want this guy to even survive, so... I just need to cook him. So by getting rid of him, we can kind of guarantee that we're good. And he's not dead. That's not good. Add 4 to own attack for... Oh, that's fine. I was scared he was going to do something kind of worrying, but no, that's fine. Okay, let me... You know what? I'm just going to have her finish the job. There we go. Didn't need that, laddie, but I appreciate you all the same. And you know what is one type of game that kind of cheats its way into having tournament arcs is essentially any game where you're following the story of an anime. I think the one I'm thinking about right now is Naruto Clash of Ninja 2, or basically a lot of the Naruto games where you have to replay the Chunin exams in the anime / manga, where it's essentially the same thing as that anime or manga, where you're playing through a tournament arc that was already written in that. It kind of cheats its way into having a tournament arc in games, but the one I kind of think is the true and proper version of this is Dragon Quest, like stuff like this, where you have to play in a tournament in order to move the story forward. I guess it's not really a tournament arc, but Pokemon Coliseum has this, where you have to play a tournament at the end in order to finish the game. That one technically has it, but it is a little bit odd. I guess Budokai Tenkaichi 3 did a few tournament arcs from the anime, though some were more represented than others. Yeah, it's like it's kind of like it cheats its way into having it. It is true, but it's kind of they cheat their way into having it kind of thing, rather than it being because I say cheats its way on because it's not a story, like it's not a story unique to the game, is I guess the way I would put it. Also, that new skill is going to be very nice for Laddie, because that means that charge spell. I haven't been using her actual healing ability, so AC Unity had a tournament mission. Did it? I'm trying to remember it because I played Unity. I'm trying to remember. Can you describe it for me if you recall it? I mean, this can be shaky for some other fighting games depending, but Tekken is literally the king of Iron Fist tournament most installments. You know what? Actually, that's a fair point. Because I guess it depends on how much the specific Tekken game is focusing on the King of Iron Fist tournament. Because some games focus on it less than others. I think Tekken 7 really doesn't focus on it too much. But like the actual King of Iron Fist tournament, like in terms of like the story itself kind of thing. But that is very true. That is rather true, thinking about it. Because I know King of Fighters is usually wrapped around like KOF 15 is about it too, actually. No, I think you're about right with that, because a lot of fighting games are about the tournament. Or at the very least have a tournament as part of their story. I think because fighting games, it's very easy for a tournament to make sense. I'm trying to think of other examples to be able to make it clearer, because KOF is a big one, because the King of Fighters tournament is usually the central point of the story, and it's where everything else happens in between, where you have things happening in between matches in the tournament usually. Tekken is pretty good about it usually. I think it's the later games that get a little bit funky. Let's see. Mortal Kombat has really gone away from the tournament point, because there's usually a section of the tournament that's focused on the Mortal Kombat tournament, but Mortal Kombat 1, I guess, spoilers, but it doesn't do that. There's like a quote-unquote tournament, and it's not often recognized the tournament because you don't see the brackets. You just play the linear fights, series of fights. Yeah, exactly. So one of the multiplayer missions rated the parkour rounded arena and does better than some CPUs by grabbing flags and assassinating dummies and fighting with weapons. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. I don't think I got to that one. I don't think I ever got to do that one. I played with a friend. I never got to do that one. I'm gonna need a... That's kind of cool, though. I did not get to see that one. Should probably save. But fighting games tend to... I think fighting games, it's pretty easy to slot in a tournament arc. But I know that one of the games that I don't think does it... I don't know if Guilty Gear even deals with it. Let's see. Alright, this is kind of a weird example, but BlazBlue Cross Tag, the entire story is a tournament. Even though the tournament itself is kind of dubious and a little strange, but the tournament, it is actually a tournament, so it's fascinating. That one's pretty good. That one actually is pretty solid in terms of how the story is organized.
If we win this next fight,
does Killer Instinct count? Because it's completely forgettable that there's a tournament going on. I think the older Killer Instincts are... That makes more sense, but the newest one... The newest one's weird, because you don't actually deal with the tournament at all. It's kind of like there was a tournament in the story of the first Killer Instinct, and then from there, every game went into different parts of the universe, of the world that they have.
Let's wipe those smug looks off everyone's faces, you say, by way of encouragement? Yeah, Lavia shouts.
I know that one of the things that is important is that some characters... Hey, Julian, how's it going today? How's it been? Yeah, because I think that one counts, though, Blue Bolt, at least in a certain way. We're talking about tournaments in video games, Julian. Do you happen to know any examples of, like, tournament arcs in the story of it? There was Daylight Savings, I think. Yes, there was. I'm currently an hour ahead of where I was a week or two ago, so yeah.
The ringleader announces the final battle. There's no turning back now.
Can I talk to Laddie, though? I'll talk to Laddie. My favorite girl.
Buckle up, Buttercup. Black shouts for some reason at Laddie, who is drained from the consecutive battles.
Be honest, with Killer Instinct, you can remove the tournament and nothing about the story changes because most characters hunt each other anyway. I do know... this is a weird one I do know. Because I remember learning the lore about Saberwolf, who's from Killer Instinct, that he was basically bought by Ultra Tech to fight in the Killer Instinct tournament, and so that he could get a cure, but in reality they just kept experimenting on him because he's an idiot. Saberwolf is one of the coolest characters ever, but he's an idiot. He's such a freaking goober. But Saberwolf actually won, I think, like, in the comics they say he won like 14 tournaments in a row or something. And it's like, how do you win 14 tournaments in a row? How does that even happen? You live in a world where everybody's job is to fight. How did you win 14 times in a row? You're a werewolf. That's awesome. First off, that's awesome, but it's also like, huh? But no, with some of it, the tournament is part of the world, but not part of the inherent story to the game at certain points. Oh, hi.
Who else should be waiting for you in the final round but the Crimson Attendant?
Hi, Gladio.
Despite this being a team event, he's battled his way to the final round all by himself.
What about tournaments? Well, we're talking about tournaments in video games, in the story of a video game. I guess if we want to get technical, the Bakugan Battle Brawlers game, it's kind of like adjacent to the story of the anime, but that one, there's tournaments all over the place, which is both a mechanical thing and also a story thing, because you need to play them to move in the story. I remember that because I watched a video about that game. I really want to get it. God, I wish I owned a PS2. But, so I don't know, because I've seen what happens when you try to emulate Bakugan. For some reason, its anti-piracy is nuts, and it just, like, it ruins the graphics of the game, which is very well done DRM, but...
Do your worst, he bellows, striking an intimidating pose.
He stanced up.
Don't need to tell me twice, Lavia barks back, gripping his sword for dear life and fixing his gaze upon his attendant.
Or thinking about Julian, we're talking about tournaments in video games. Tournaments are pretty easy in Zoid's Legacy, just moves the story along, but there's an extra challenge mode if you play strategically to win.
This fight won't be anything like the others.
Oh, we have boss music, so I'm guessing that Gladio's not going to be a pushover. Now, the question becomes, can I paralyze him? Oh, shit. Uh-oh. He has 100 HP. Oh, and the 100 HP, 25 attack, high defense. Every Yu-Gi-Oh game has a tournament. I think the main story of Duel Masters is all about the tournaments. Yeah, I think that's true. Actually, I will say, Blue Bolt, the Yu-Gi-Oh games, some of them are weird. Some of them are weird. Let's see. I'm gonna try and deal damage every turn. I think the goal will be to try and round down his health points as much as I can every turn. Alright, because I want to try and land the paralysis and see if this works. If it works, that'd be great, but if it doesn't, then we're gonna be in trouble. Okay, he is still slower though, so this might work. Come on, please. Oh, yes. Okay, cool. I know Yu-Gi-Oh! A lot of the games do, but not all of them do. I know I've got a meeting. Oh, have fun in the meeting. Hope it's productive. Oh, he resists paralysis. That's not good. I'm guessing that the game kind of presumed you would try that. I'm guessing that the game presumed you would try that sort of thing. And he boosted his own defense, so... Should have an item for this one, yeah? I have 5 to target's attack, so let me boost... I'll boost my boy. See if I do think that attack will probably... That one attack will probably be the way we win this, but... Let's see. I need to test weaknesses so we can try and deal damage. Okay, he resists fire. Good to know. How about wind? Let's see how he handles this. I think Yu-Gi-Oh's a good point, though. One of the games I can think of that it has a good example of a tournament is the one I'm thinking of specifically is the DS game where you're playing where you're doing the speed duels. It's Yu-Gi-Oh 5Ds. I think it's called. I know it's in my DS bag, but I'm in the middle of fighting right now, so I can't do that. Oh god, what was it? Does Wii Sports count? Well, I guess the problem is that I specified tournaments in games, and I didn't specify tournament arcs. Like, you know, like the story involves a tournament, I guess would be the key delineating factor. Oh wait, no, I shouldn't have done that. Oops. This will supersede the attack bonus I have. Yep. I forgot that it doesn't stack. That was very dumb of me. Meh. Okay, well this is just not going well for me. Yeah, I should have just left the attack boost. Yeah. But I think the main thing is that it's the key. I think the key in the discussion is that we have to delineate that it's not just tournaments mechanically, it's tournaments in the store. Like, it's like, it could be mechanically part of the game, but I think it has to have a bearing on the story of the game. I think. Let's see. Okay, we're gonna charge and then kind of need to build up some. We need to kind of build up some resources so we can make this work. Yeah, this one's good. It feels even worse knowing that I kind of screwed up a little bit, but okay, let's go for it again. We can't paralyze him, but this is a lot. This attack does the most damage out of everything we have, so we kind of have to just do our best.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
I might need to go for that attack boost again to see if I can get a better attack boost. At 3 to all allies recovery rate. That's pretty good. Okay, 5. Okay, that's pretty solid. But I guess Wii Sports would count in regards to the fact that the game doesn't have a directly written story. I think that makes... Because that's sort of part of storytelling in video games that we haven't discussed yet, is that technically a lot of video games fall under the purview of what is called emergent storytelling, where the game itself isn't telling the story, but you make a story by playing the game. So technically, you do get the same... you do get that as being present in the game, as like the story of the game is you playing the tournament. So that technically can classify it. So in Wii Sports would technically count if you're playing a tournament mode. Does it have a tournament mode? I don't... Does it? Sort of like when you're playing like the Mario soccer games. You're playing Mario Strikers. That did a lot of damage, actually. Oh. Why does the fight end? Or why does it pull away for now?
The powerful attendant bears down with all his might, but Levia holds firm.
I don't think so, but the boxing lore is that you're at a tournament, I think. Not that I remember. I see.
As the pair struggle, a section of the arena wall suddenly blows apart.
Oh, whoops. The match got interrupted. Nani? Oh, he got out.
A familiar beast emerges from the dust and the rubble. One you swear you saw in chains but a day ago. Whipped into a frenzy, the beast whirls a hammer over its head and charges you.
Okay. Seems to me like somebody really wants Levia dead, so we're just gonna have to kill this thing, huh? Oh, it has more health this time. Technically, Kart is a tournament. That's true, and there's tournaments in Mario Kart, so... I guess the key thing is that if the story that you're telling with the game involves it, it makes sense. Mario Kart. Why did autocorrect remove Mario? It deleted him. It removed him from this realm. Truly. It just decided to delete Mario. Mario has been deleted. What a shame. Perchance Mario... the autocorrect said Mario doesn't exist anymore. You only get Luigi. Your phone is trying to delete... Autocorrect is against Italians. They're trying to remove the Italian. Ah, no paralysis, but... God, I love this attack. Wheel. That's a good attack. That does some good damage. Oh, he resisted the lightning. I see. Ow. I think all Mario spin-off sports games are tournaments. I know that, well, weird one I do know that isn't the case. Actually, I think most of the markers in the story, Mario Party is a tournament. The Mario Party games tend to be. Weird one that I do know isn't a tournament traditionally is the newest Mario Tennis. That one actually isn't, which is frankly kind of bizarre when you really consider it, but it is true. But the newest Mario Tennis is actually not a tournament because you're going around trying to fix what's going on because Wario and Waluigi stole a possessed... let me make sure I got this right. A possessed tennis racket that was once used by ancient beings that battled for people's souls with tennis. So yeah, normal stuff going on, you know? There was a tournament that you play in Super Smash Bros. Brawl. It's interrupted, but it happens. That one is part of it. I guess now to start narrowing in, are there any tournament... How many other tournament arcs are there? Where like a substantial amount of the game's story is in the tournament specifically. Because I said earlier that the example that I like to pull usually is the one I pull is that Custom Robo Arena has a bunch of tournament arc that's at the end of the story. Okay, I have to charge up Kingdom Hearts. Well, oh yeah, because the Olympus Coliseum is a tournament arc. Because you have to fight a bunch through the tournament in order to get your chances to fight the enemies you need to, like Hades and the Titans and stuff. I guess that one would classify, wouldn't it? I haven't thought about that one. Oh yeah. Even if this move isn't the best move ever, I feel great because me and Laddie get to do cool stuff. Bonk. No paralysis, but that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. It's not required, but it's a large part of the game. Well, and yeah, and if you play through it basically all the way through, it is the whole story of it is a giant arc. So that one makes sense. I think that one's a fair one to put down.
Fortune favors the bold.
That one feels like a reasonable extension of the of it. I think it's just interesting because the entire trope of the tournament arc is fascinating from the standpoint of storytelling, but it's interesting also considering how it plays with how it plays story wise. Because one of the main strengths of a tournament arc in writing, you know, like when we consider stuff like you know, anime or manga and consider how they're done there. DON is a tournament. What's the acronym for DON again? I don't think I've seen this one. Is it bad that in my head I was like Danganronpa? That's not true either. Oh, we won.
It has been a brutal struggle. The beast's knees buckle ever so briefly. There's your
talking about One Piece Naruto is a Shonen Smash Bros. Game. Oh, I see. I did not realize that.
Time for our special attack. The Crimson Maiden and his attendant bellow in unison.
Oh, they get to do the special attack and kill him. What the? They get 10? 5 out of 5. What? What is happening? Oh, some of the Digimon games. I guess that's the key thing, is that... Well, I guess overkill, baby. Yeah, major overkill. Just big dramatic finish. Dramatic finish!
The Crimson Maiden and his stalwart attendant's attack slays the beast. Gladio at last acknowledges the strength hidden within Levia and recognizes him as an equal.
Oh.
Use that strength to fulfill your destiny, Gladio says with the air of a proud father seeing his own son off on an adventure.
Look at that. His hair is amazing. Look how cool Gladio looks.
Levia prepares to address the raucous crowd. He places a hand to his chest, gathers himself for a moment, and begins his speech. He tells of his history with Gladio, who trained him ever since he was a young boy and raised him in place of his departed mother. Gladio taught him the true meaning of strength, so he could one day fulfill the maiden's
Gladio,
destiny.
elder anime character.
He molded Levia into a strong young man from an immature
You know what's
boy.
funny is I've written characters that are basically like Gladio, where it's like old man who trains a younger person. It's like, it's a good character.
And now that his strength has been universally recognized, Levia tells the crowd it is time to reveal a truth that he has kept well hidden. Levia is in fact a woman, and thus the rightful successor to the Crimson Maiden.
Oh, so...
I, Levia, swear to protect this land as its rightful maiden.
So...
She raises her relic to the sky. It begins to shine with a light to rival the sun.
Is it weird that in my head it's like, so this was a Mulan plot twist?
Levia, the Crimson Maiden by name and birthright, basks in the glory her people rain down upon
Well, that's
her.
nice.
Her small frame shows no sign of buckling under the immense responsibility that is now upon her. At last, she looks ready.
Sick.
Levia is mobbed by a heaving crowd of admirers, seeing as they're bound to keep her busy for some time, and surmising that there will be other opportunities to borrow the relic, you decide to depart Hero's Dominion.
Oh, okay. I guess Lavia is probably short for... if I had to guess, like... I guess it's not short for anything, but still.
You bid the Dominion farewell as the sun dyes the sky a deep red in celebration of the Maiden's victory.
Where do you think you're going without saying goodbye?
The voice belongs to none other than the Crimson Maiden herself, guardian of the West Isle. She approaches you, serene and calm as can be.
Aw.
Who is this person? Was the belligerence and bravado all an act? A lie? Is there a difference? Acknowledging your friendship forged in the crucible of battle, she hands the Maiden's relic to Laddie, on the condition that should she become a maiden, Laddie must visit the Dominion and return the relic.
Alright then. I can do it, you can do it. Go get him, Laddie.
Lavia gives a hearty wave as you push off from shore. Why would the Crimson Maiden, whose biggest wish has just come true, be crying? No, no, no. Her face must be catching the light of the setting sun. Yes, that's why her eyes look so red.
Aw. Well, ain't that sweet. Well, we got the funny relic. And we also... We got to... Ardent and power-hungry youth in Crimson. Stalwart battle-worn Crimson Knight. Honestly, wearing all red armor like that, child studies the blade under the warrior's tutelage. I'll keep my note about Gladio later. Most powerful gather in a dominion ruled by might. The youth unable to become a maiden is at the mercy of destiny. And enters a tournament to prove her worth. At Tourney's end, she is recognized as the Crimson Maiden. Her gallant figure is proof of a maiden's mettle. I like reading these. Oh, is that the end of the Crimson Maiden tale? Really? Interesting. That one's rather short. We finished... Like, it took us quite a while to get through Fila's story, so... Huh. You challenged all comers with admirable bravery. Memories of friendship. Possible to customize the appearance of certain game elements such as your avatar, dice, and card design by... Okay. I see. Also, I just realized something that just made me realize how what was going on there. Oh, we were in double heal. Well, that's cool. Because I just realized something.
Laddie gazes out at the horizon from the deck of the ship.
I just realized that the cards we get with the memories of friendship have numbers on them. And those are the cards that have the... Those are the cards with the tarot numbers on them again. We have to visit Laddie's soul again. Yeah, we are.
Became a maiden in the end. You reckon Laddie's thinking about that journey? And what it means for...
I mean, we're basically just journeying around having fun.
Laddie takes out her book and scribbles something inside, which she then shows to you.
Let's go back to Omega Village.
Apparently, Laddie's mother was the previous maiden of the village.
Oh.
There might be some clues as to how to become a maiden in the personal effects she left behind.
Ah, I see.
Her proposal is as big as her handwriting is small. You nod firmly and cut the rudder in the direction of Omega Isle.
I have a bad feeling that going back is going to be problematic.
Lack claps you on the shoulder, saying, "You could do with a rest here and there yourself." It then starts to chant some kind of spell.
Hither, hithery, thither, here, there, this away, and that.
Lack casts a spell on the ship, and suddenly, the sails unfurl and the wheel begins to turn without any assistance. It explains that your ship can now travel to any island you've already visited on its own. You've never seen Lack
He
look
looks
so
smug.
with itself. And that's saying something.
You now freely move to any island you have already visited when docked at an island pier. Travel to another island. We could go right back to Omega Isle. That's okay. Interesting. So now we have a quick fast travel system. Okay. Before we go to Omega Village, though, I'm gonna go back to the Spire really quick and see. I would like to see if we can enter her soul without. Like, I want to see if we can enter it now. That's what I would like to know. Because if we can enter it now, then that would be an important thing to consider. Because we just got the relic, so I'm curious if that's the case. And touchies. Enter the Heart's Domain, yes. Oh, we can just enter the Heart's Domain at will? Oh, I didn't. Okay, that's actually... Okay, so we can enter the Heart's Domain at any time. This is good. We'll take a gander really quick and see what's up. Oh, there was a Yu Yu Hakusho tournament tactics game. Not sure. I'm very sure there's a tournament in that. It's pretty cool. You know, it's like, I really need to... I do not know enough about Yu Yu Hakusho. I feel kind of bad because I just don't. Let's see. Because I feel kind of bad because I just don't know anything. And I kind of wish I did. At the very least, I wish I knew more than I... Like, the most I know is... I know certain characters and events, but not much more. It's great. I watched all of it the first time a year or two ago. I guess the trouble is I don't have a lot of ways to watch anime. I need to get on that, though. I also need to be better at watching shows, because it's troubling because I recognize the merit in gaining story notes from watching movies and shows, because even if they're not video games, they still learning about how they do storytelling and learning about those stories again to see how they do things. That's really important, especially if I want to learn more about the craft. So, and also just because it's fun to experience these stories that I haven't gotten to see yet. Hey, I leveled up again. God, that attack stat is looking beefy. Okay. Let's see. We'll need to take a gander and see what we can find. Oh, it seems we don't have any. Okay. Town. So we haven't unlocked anything else yet, but we can come back here at any point. Okay, so that's good. Good to know, though. I know some things about it. I just don't know enough. Watching a lot of shows also means ending a lot of shows. That's also always bittersweet for me, especially if it's got more than one season. You know what's there's an anime I watched a long while ago that it's only one season, but I remember that it affected me in a lot of ways because it was very well done, but it was also painful to watch. It's called Gakko Garashi. It's only 12 episodes, but it wrings more emotion out of those 12 episodes than I think some shows do over hundreds of episodes.
You find yourselves back in the village Laddie had hitherto refused to return to. Her grip on the Crimson Maiden's relic tightens. Her face is taut and determined. Laddie sets foot in the village, not even bothering to have Lack transform her face with its shape-shifting magic.
Oh god, I'm really scared this is gonna be bad for us. Well, let's see.
So, you've returned, a woman says with no small amount of displeasure. What a warm welcome.
That's how I feel about Super Sentai and Kamen Rider. I'm so excited to get the end season, but as I near the end and the pieces for the overall story are finally in place, I wish there was more.
The woman heads out of view towards the center of town, as if fleeing from Laddie's very presence. You know that Laddie, for her part, wants to become a maiden so she can protect these people. You just hope you can get that message.
I think that's the key thing for me is if the story ends in a satisfying way. I don't mind if the story has to end, you know? It's kind of like, it doesn't bother me if the story ends, but my hope is that the story's ending is satisfying enough for me to enjoy that ending. Be able to say, okay, well the story will be here, and I can return here, but it doesn't harm me too much. Okay, not there. Oh, ma'am.
You start explaining Laddie's plight to the woman, but she doesn't even acknowledge your existence.
Oh, what a harlot. Oh, ma'am.
You ask the girl if she'd like to play with Laddie, but she simply glares at you and says, "Mom told me not to talk to you."
God, you all suck.
The frankly heartless reception Laddie receives begins to weigh on her. Her head hangs low. Her resolve from earlier,
Aww.
now a distant memory. Whatever happened here? It's frayed her relations with the village, even more than you thought.
It's more the characters than the story itself for me, as being at the end means there will be little to none extra of them again. To me, I guess it's something that I always feel with characters, is that if I'm not shown the end of the character's life, you know, it's like if at the end of the story the character has life ahead of them, to me it's like, okay, well that means the end of this story, but it doesn't mean it's the end of them. And I find solace in knowing that they got to have their happy ending, or their ending, you know, whichever way it goes, but they got to have their ending, and if there's more ahead of them, that's wonderful.
You all decide it's best to leave the villagers alone for the time being, and instead search for her mother's personal effects.
Visit the mayor of Omega Village. Oh boy.
Laddie leads you to her home, which turns
Oh
out
god, this is gonna hurt, isn't it?
of Mayor Grief. You always considered yourself close with Grief, and yet you had no idea he had a daughter. You open the door to a completely silent house. Grief must be out. Laddie enters what is ostensibly her home, with the soft, suspicious movements of a thief. You step into Grief's room. Sunbeams from the window play across an immaculately organized desk and tidy
Dude, this makes me feel upset, because now I know that Grief was a... Also keep watching more of Doctor Who. I've been watching through and I wanted more from 9 to 12. I'm currently on the 13th, which is why I didn't say her. Yeah.
You all search for her mother's effects, doing your best not to disturb anything. Laddie tugs insistently at your sleeve. Has she found something? You turn to her. She holds in her hands a weathered book.
Me finishing up
It looks rather like the one
Columbo
she's been
soon.
making a
There's
picture book
little to no
out of.
continuity to it, really, but instead the point is to see how the lieutenant catches the murderer each time. Once I run out of episodes, he may still exist in my mind, but I won't be there with him anymore. I guess the trouble is that for me, the memory is a curious thing, because it's like immortality exists for characters and people when you can visit them at any time in your mind. And I think that it does feel bad when you know, it's like you're out of new material, but the stories stay forever as long as they can. And I guess it's sad when you see that you're out of story to see. That there's no more for us to keep up with them. It kind of feels like, okay, yeah, our time on the road together has passed, and now we turn off on our own journeys. You know, and that is sad. It is a form of goodbye, but not forever.
This is it. You both might finally learn something definitive about her mother. You gently open the cover.
Oh, okay.
What are you doing here? The master of the house appears, his eyes wild with suspicion, darting between you and Laddie. You insist that you can explain, if he'd just give you a chance.
Oh.
He roars, clearly not willing to give you that chance. His face contorts with demonic fury. tears forming in her eyes at the sudden and incomprehensible rage emanating from the man, Laddie runs out of the room. You give chase, not sparing a single moment to contemplate what could possibly cause someone as kind as Grief to become such a monster.
Aww. Also, when he said gently open the cover, my brain went, ugh. Every time I hear gently open the anything, my brain immediately goes, do not. If I ever, like, the phrase DDLC trauma resurface, that it rose like a whale, you know, like
woven a tale of adventure that has incorporated yarns from the maidens of the South and West.
Like,
Islands.
it was straight up like a whale rupturing the surface of the water. Like, I immediately, if I see the phrase gently open, my brain immediately goes, no, 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 no. Terror incarnate. But yeah, jeez. Kind of look at the way the Doctor, 10th Doctor describes the generation. We watch this person up to their finale, and then someone else who's been changed by the finale walks away.
According to your navigation map, there ought to be islands home to maidens in the northern and eastern regions of the ocean as well. You've likely grown quite accustomed to seafaring. From this point onward, you can sail the ocean as you see fit. But be wary. One never knows what might happen out on the high seas.
Venture north or east on the sea and search for the island of... okay, well, I should be fine. Hopefully the controller stays alive. Ooh. But yeah, I think with storytelling especially, I think there's season 7 to 8 and Peter Falk age entire decade between episodes is rough. Oh yeah, with Columbo, yeah. But I think when it comes to story, I think the beauty with story, and I think it's... I've said it, I talked about it one time about the one thing about video games that is unique is that video games let you really revisit. They let you revisit stories in ways that I don't think many other mediums let you do so. See at last. We'll go east. Thank.
The rush of the wind filling your senses, you open up the navigation map to check your current position and heading. In the eastern region of the sea, there is supposed to be an island with a maiden living on it. However, the present look of the skies makes it clear that those waters will soon be battered by a storm. You could still turn back now if you so choose.
Let me go check the northern seas really quick. Turn back for now.
You change the ship's course to steer well clear of
Let me
the
go
storm.
check the North Sea really quick, because now I'm curious. Because I'm wondering if going clockwise is the way we're going to do this. I wonder if that's what we're going to do. But I do think that video games, the strength is that storytelling in video games is preserved almost too well. Because when we play a video game, no matter how many years apart we play it, you end up seeing that the memories of it, like the physical memory of it, is held together without regard of what you remember of it. You know, because we remember... The one I think about a lot is remembering a game looking really, really good and then coming back to it and being like, oh, it aged differently. You know, it's like, but it wasn't that the game aged differently, is it? That's never the case. You know, we kind of wish it was that case, you know, that it's the game that aged and not us. Horror game trauma is fighting for the Hunter Uber from Dead Space 1 and 2. Oh yeah. The Hunter. But it's kind of funny because when I think about video game moments that have created instant response, for me it's music. It's a lot of it is musical. Like there's musical. Mine was the Iron Maiden and RE4. Ooh. The one I think about, it's kind of bizarre, but it's all of my like core memories with that sort of stuff are wrapped around the music of the song, right? Or like of the music of a game.
You encounter a fisherman. He stares at the fish and seaweed caught in his net and lets loose.
The one I can think about off the top of my head, the oldest example I have is Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories. The music that plays with any of the Disney boss villains or boss fights, those ones are like, if I hear that song, my brain immediately picks into, oh, you should probably be alert of what you're doing right now. Find continuous enemies are a constant threat and regenerate. It causes me so much anxiety. That's fair. Also, Emeraldo, how's it going? I think that's a fair one, though. That is a fair one. I like the... I think with like being scared in games in general, for me, a lot of it is going, well, that's good. Doing what I can. That's good. That's the best we can do at times. I think for me, a lot of my greatest like anxiety boosters are boss fights in video games.
You inquire as to his frustration, and he replies, I just can't net myself any
sea grapes.
The forlorn fisher has evidently only had them once, but has never been able to forget their piquant flavor. He has since scoured seas the world over for them. He returns to his net, muttering to himself, oh, I just want some nice salty sea grapes.
When I listen to stuff like music or podcasts, do I remember things about the audio or what I was doing at the time? Sometimes both. It depends. What depends is the context in which I find myself, because some songs have inherent consequences to me because I remember things associated to them. I would say, like, songs that I think boss fights that put you in a certain state and status where it's not battle where you're forced to lose. Those are anxiety inducing.
Fortune favors the bold.
I know the actually a good example of that is specifically the one I'm thinking about is Final Fantasy XIII's Eidolon fights, where you are put on a timer that no other fight puts you on. Like if a boss handicaps you, but you have to win. Yeah. Like the one I'm thinking about with Eidolons and Final Fantasy XIII is you're given a set timer and you have to beat the fight before the timer goes out. It's not great for the anxiety for that one. But Blue Bolt, to your question, I think some songs like the one I can think off the top of my head is it's a country song called Cruise. It's like the song itself, I don't remember anything about the song. I know the tune, I know the chorus, but the things I remember from that are like school dances, lost loves, romance, you know? It's like the song itself I almost don't remember, but I remember the feelings I have when that song is around. Conversely, like video game music, I remember both the song itself, like I remember how cool that song is and what about it strikes me. And then I also recall stuff like what that boss fight is and why it made me so excited. You know, what struck me about it. I know Shin Megami Tensei 5 and Persona 5 Royal, those ones had, I think especially, Persona 5 especially, Blooming Villain, that boss theme. I think that one has some interesting points because I actually used that song to artificially get my brain to work faster when I finished Starfield. Because there's this whole fight at the end of the game that like, Starfield is a game, not fantastic, but the final fight was enough for me to have to think. So.
Ah, the great open sea. Huzzah! What an adventure.
But that one really did have to that one made me think a lot.
You discover a shipwreck. You climb aboard and begin searching for anything useful.
2,000 gold, holy crap. Dark Guy and Sonic Unleashed. I think final bosses in Sonic games really do hit like that.
When you return to your vessel, the shipwreck sinks silently into
I think it's kind of funny because final bosses in Mario games don't give me that same feeling, you know, but...
Nope. Stop right there.
You can't cross the reef cards. Stop trying to do it. But I know that Mario boss fights don't do the same thing for me, but Sonic boss fights, and I don't know why. Like even the end of Mario Odyssey didn't really do it for me. But the end of like Sonic Adventure 2, Sonic then the Black Knight, it's like it's funny that most Sonic 5 losses that include Super Sonic have the time limit with the rings draining. I mean, even Shadow the Hedgehog, I thought the Devil Bull was, I think it was hype. That was a hype fight. Like, it was a goofy fight for me, but that was just because I didn't know what I was doing, but it was fun. I had a lot of fun with that one. Yeah, it's fascinating when you consider what makes... I think one of the tough ones for me is considering what makes a good boss fight, you know? Because I think good boss fights are hard to define, but some of it comes down to the moment, and some of it comes down to what makes the boss fight... What makes the boss fight? What brings it to its higher level? I had to check something very quickly. Let's see. But I think with boss fights in games, I think one of the things that Sonic Adventure 2 Final Boss does induce anxiety. It gets your dopamine pumping. Well, and I wonder if, because I think trying to quantifiably say what makes a moment in a game work super well. What you know, like what? Oh wait, no, that's right. They're strong against lightning. That's right. Let's see. But it kind of makes me wonder, though, if... I'm trying to wonder what would quantifiably say what makes a good moment in a game. Like, what is it? What is about the moment that strikes? And I think part of it must be I mean, even Dead Space's original boss fight in the remake was intense with the hive mind. Well, I don't know. I'm trying to think. Is intensity the key to an important... like, what... And if it's intensity, then what level of intensity? What about that? What about it is what drives the intensity forward? Intensity and stakes. Because I don't know. Because some boss fights have no stakes. That's what I'm curious to. Is that some boss fights don't have stakes per se, but they're still intense. Like an optional boss fight has no. The most you get is you lose. But if you've saved and you don't have to do this thing, then it doesn't have a corollary to the story. It's not actually part of that tale, so what about it is so important? You know, the one I'm thinking about, like with the hive mind and Dead Space, you have to kill it because it's blocking for skin the planet's about to be impacted. Well, and would that... So would... If I were to say... If I said... that if you strip away the story context of that, if you strip away the story context, would the boss fight be any better? Would the boss fight be worse? You know, strip away, it's just a big monster kind of thing, right? If you strip away that and make it so it's just a big monster, is the boss fight still effective? Or Sonic 3 and Knuckles, you stop Eggman from leaving with the Master Emerald. Spectacle boss fights versus challenging boss fights, a Venn diagram. Well, and I kind of wonder also, there's a third one. I would say there's a third one, because challenge involves difficulty. Difficulty involves you being able to meet that challenge. But I would also say that sort of in the middle is the gimmick boss fight, if this makes sense. Basically how Monster Hunter works. Kind of. Actually, yeah, basically. But, like, the key thing is that also gimmick. Gimmick basically implies the cerebral part of winning a boss fight, of figuring out how to beat the boss fight. I think there's still fans big monsters is still a big threat. Well, some games a big monster is a big threat. Some games it is. Other games, if you see a big monster, it doesn't matter. Like, a big monster in God of War and a big monster in Dead Space are two different threat levels. You know what I mean? Like, the Hydra in God of War and the Hive Mind in Dead Space represent far different levels of threats. But the thing I'm thinking about is that the spectacle, the gimmick, and the challenge. I think story implications are what best makes a final boss good. Monster Hunter style space game sounds cool. Actually, someone should do that. I wish I had the means for that one. That would be sick. But I will say, Emeraldo, I think I can disagree with you. I think I can disagree with you in that I can't in certain cases, but it depends on what, like, I guess now if we take it this way, take Ravenbeak from Metro Dread, if he won, he would have used Samus's DNA to make an army. Right, but that's not all that makes the boss fight good. Because just because the stakes of the boss fight and the story of it were important, if the boss fight itself was too easy, or the boss fight used mechanics that were not easy, that were not understandable, they were just like unfair, or the boss fight itself wasn't actually Ravenbeak or was just like a robot he made, it wouldn't have the same impact. So I guess what I'm seeing from what we've discussed, I'm actually starting to understand something important, because now I'm talking through it. Earlier in stream, I mentioned that story, that like, there's like the different mechanics that build together a video game. If we apply these to a boss fight, that is the metric we can measure it by. So, gameplay, what are the mechanics at play in this boss fight? Story, what is the story of this boss fight? Could you count Sans? I think he fits all categories. Well, I think we're just throwing a lot of examples out. I think we need to dissect one so we can understand what we would measure this by. Like, I would actually great thing we could do is we could take. Let's take your hive mind example first, because I think this is the like we need to kind of take one and try to apply our new metrics to it. Because I don't think we're.
I don't know what it is, but there's just something so reliable.
I've heard this line a lot of times, so I think we're good. But yes, it's low battery, it's fine. But I think if we take the mechanics we've talked about with challenging boss fights, spectacle boss fights, gimmicks in boss fights, like gimmick boss fights, and then plot relevant boss fights. But I think these are more things that fit in a diagram. Like, we can connect these all, and they all meet in the middle for the best boss fights. Because the best boss fights in video games have in common that they are relevant to the plot and push the plot forward. It is necessary for the plot to happen, for this boss fight to be there. The spectacle of it is fascinating and engaging. The gameplay, the Shadow Link and Ocarina of Time is cool. I think Shadow Link is probably, like, thinking about it, because I've only ever seen footage of it. That one is kind of the inverse, of the story one, where Shadow Link has nothing to do with the story, from what I understand. Unless I'm mistaken, I don't know. But from what I understand, Shadow Link literally has nothing to do with the story. Like, he's just part of the story. He's just part of that temple, and you fight him, and that's just it. Like, he's not, like, from what I understand, like, of course, I've never actually finished Ocarina of Time myself, so I have only so much knowledge, but from what I understand, Shadow Link fits in that inverse side where the spectacle, the challenge, and the gimmick of the fight is so freaking cool that it doesn't matter that it doesn't actually have bearing on the story beyond implications. Beyond, like, just some base implications to what could be implied in the story, right? And I kind of think it's almost like boss fights can be inverted, and if that inversion subverts expectations in a fun way, that works in the favor of that boss fight. Because good storytelling is about subverting expectations. All story about him is more what you can assume of him. Essentially, you guess what he is, like, symbolically or metaphorically, but overall he really just exists as far as the gamer's story is concerned. Right, exactly. So, okay, so I have a correct understanding of this. Okay, good. Okay. So, what that tells me then is that, yeah, so certain mechanics can be inverted in a boss fight, and that creates a subversion of expectations, and that can be really satisfying and engaging, because Shadow Link is a great boss fight with that. I would say Sans would fit this as well, but he is more on the gimmick side, because with a gimmick, generally the idea is that the player should be in the know about what the gimmick of the fight they're going into is when they enter the fight. Not before. They might be able to get it before, but when. And that gimmick becomes an interesting rule set. I would say the archer guy from Mario RPG would be a good example of this one, where he starts locking your different buttons so that you can only use certain actions to fight him in the fight. And then you have to bust out your new super move in order to beat him. Because you have to do this whole thing. It's a thing. But, so then... And that is an inversion on gimmick. With challenge, I feel like if you invert challenge, it's more about making a joke fight. It's sort of like the punchline is, oh, you thought this was going to be a final boss, but it was the guy falling down the stairs and breaking his neck. Okay, here's the hive mind. One, it's implied that in the game there's something on the planet that started the outbreak after cracked open. You see glimpses of what the PlanetSide crew cause contact translation to be halted between the planet and Ishimura. And after finally landing PlanetSide, you finally hear something, but don't encounter it. But once you do, you're under the looming threat of the meteor. I feel like basically it represents like conquering the fear and doubt in his mind. Outside him, the stick fight mirrors you or beating back the darkness himself. There's no proof of this from the game itself. So Shadow Link is it's a fight that you have to interpret. I see. But I guess to your point, to your discussion, Emeraldo, it seems to me more that the hive mind represents what we've just discussed. That it fulfills in at least in each category we've discussed so far. It reaches all of the categories we've discussed, essentially. Like it fulfills the plot, like being the natural conclusion to the game and what has to happen in the story. Spectacle because it's a giant monster and that's insane looking and it looks crazy. And then it also fulfills challenge because it's a challenging fight, and it fulfills everything. Technically every rival battle in Pokemon would count, wouldn't it? Well, and I guess I can't say it doesn't count. It's just that I think we can measure boss fights by these metrics. Like if we take a boss fight that doesn't meet one of these metrics, we can sort of figure out why it was lacking, if that makes sense. Like, I'm trying to think of a great one. You know what? Actually, you know what would be a good example of this not working? The one I'm thinking about is Erica in Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green. Because no matter what starter you chose, by the time you get to Erica, you have an option to get rid of grass types no matter what you've done. For some reason, I think grass type gym leaders tend to have issues with that. I guess the Soulsborne series would have some good contenders as well. And Soulsborne's, and well, in FromSoft games also have great examples of when those fail. I would say, actually, Elden Ring has a great pool of bosses that both succeed in these marks that we've discussed.
Ahoy, matey.
But also, they have bosses where they fail to meet those marks, where the boss fights don't quite match the metric. I would say, like, the Falling Star Beasts in Elden Ring. They're these big rock monsters with bug-like pincers, and they have gravity powers. And in terms of the lore, they're kind of interesting. You know, they're basically meteors. But in terms of the actual mechanics, they're not really all that interesting, and they're kind of frustrating to deal with. But the main thing that sinks them is that story-wise, they mean nothing. They don't actually have any... There's no presence, no Falling Star Beast ever matters to the game.
Excellent.
Though I would argue that Elden Ring bosses, a great deal of the Elden Ring bosses fit this problem, where they don't actually contribute to the story that the game is telling, but they contribute to your unique story through the game, which sometimes wins and sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. I would say also that a lot of them fail at gimmick, where they don't actually introduce a new mechanic. They don't introduce anything new or offer anything different to the game. It's more or less just testing skills you already have, or you're just there to collect the prize, which is less exciting, you know? If that makes sense. But in other FromSoft games, such as the Dark Souls trilogy, and I would say Bloodborne did this pretty well from what I've seen. Sekiro did this exceptionally well. That even optional boss fights, they offer something to you. In Sekiro, there's actually a boss fight I can think of immediately. It's the first guy that uses sweep attacks in the main overworld. It's this one general. I forget his name. I think it's Kenichiro. I think is his name. But he is the first one to make you have to consider how to handle the sweep attack. This is testing gimmick. This is testing your ability to adapt to new information, new mechanical information. A lot of final bosses, I feel, actually fail gimmick. Like, they fail this metric of having to test new information, because a lot of final bosses actually are a benchmark of, like, a summary test. They test your knowledge of everything you've learned up to this point, but offer no new things. Which is not actually a failure, but it means that they don't offer a new thing, usually. And if they do, it has to be something that is an immediate riff or inversion on something you've already learned. This is actually, I think this is why the final boss of BioShock, the first BioShock, is considered one of the worst fights in totality. It's one of the worst boss fights in gaming. And a lot of that comes down to the fact that it does not fulfill the expected end of the story. And it doesn't feel like your party makes land. Okay. Well, oh, this is just like a side dock to the North Isle. Oh, so this one isn't where the story starts. I see. Interesting. But the but that boss fight in BioShock is not very interesting.
You come across an open air.
Oh, we can buy some stuff for sale. Oh, heck yes, brother.
Goods bought.
I hope it's a real one.
As you peer into the stall, its proprietress calls out to you. This is an exchange shop.
Shoulder.
We'll pay good money for whatever you have, but this determines the price. She continues, revealing the die in her hand.
Wholesale, 20% premium, 30% premium. Ah, wholesale. That's fine. Honestly, I'm just happy to get to buy some stuff. Equipment. Oh, I can sell stuff. I see. Let's sell the Numbstay ring. And I think with certain boss fights in... I think certain boss fights, they falter when they get to... I think some boss fights falter when they get too in their head about it. If that makes sense. Where they sort of don't really know how to end the game. It's almost like they don't know how to end it with the final boss. And you can sort of feel it when the boss fight feels shaky or unconfident.
It seems she's finished buying for the day. The proprietress begins closing up shop, and you go on.
I'm trying to think more on that, because the metrics we've defined, it's not necessarily like it's a hard, definitive metric of, oh, here's what makes good boss fights, because I think to some end also there's a subjectivity to it, which there has to be when it comes to art, but I do think that you can kind of analyze a boss fight and figure out what's wrong with it based on those 4 metrics. Because some boss fights are really important to the story, but they lack gravitas. They lack oomph. It's almost like they themselves lack any sort of presentation. Some of that comes down to music, I think. Because some boss fights, the music just doesn't hit, you know? I think a bad boss theme sometimes can sink something just as well. Where you have a boss theme that just kind of is there. I think Soul of Cinder would be a decent example. I think Soul of Cinder is a great example of... I think Soul of Cinder from Dark Souls 3. Oh, my controllers are going. My controllers are going. I hope I can get through the rest of the stream without them dying on me, but I might not be able to. I think the final boss of Dark Souls 3, I think that one does pretty good on all fronts. I think it depends on how much you yourself invested in the story you undertook to see the end of the journey. Because for some people, if it wasn't a if it's not a satisfying end, what about Gale, since he... Well, I guess it... The trouble is that all of the... trying to think, because it's like I'm trying to put my brain back to it, because I also want to wrap it back to. I think I need to wrap it back to this game so I can best illustrate what I'm talking about as well. I don't know. I guess to quickly answer with Gale, I guess the Souls games, all the Souls games have 2 good examples, so it's hard. I actually think the problem is that Souls games, the trouble is that if you're there mechanically but not immersed in the tale you're in, I think they can actually invert and fail. And it entirely depends on how much you yourself have invested in that story. You know, kind of, if you played through Dark Souls and found that you aren't actually getting, you're not getting the story, you're literally seeing things, but you're not taking in the meaning of those things. You're not actually engaging with the game and on any level higher than, here's what literally happens. I think most of the Borderlands bosses fail. Spicy take, but I can't disagree with you. Because here's the thing, I love Borderlands. I think Booble, I think you are completely correct though. It's probably the weakest part of all of Borderlands though. In general. I don't even think 2 does it as well either. Because 2 does a good job, of trying to push the bosses. And I think on a first playthrough, they work. But I think, like, even then, some of them are rather shaky. I think you are kind of correct there. I think Borderlands 1 and 3 especially, I think. Because I think Borderlands 2, here's the key. I think Borderlands 2 understood. Here's the thing, Borderlands 1, no present. I remember more normal enemies more than bosses, and the ones I remember are because of the story. I mean, here's kind of the to break that down. Was Bloodwing or Angel? Well, you know what's the key thing to me is that regardless, Borderlands 1, no presentation, little to no story. Gimmick was kind of okay for some of them. I would say like Mad Mel and Crom. I think those 2 and there's another boss fight later in the game. It's like near the end. Those 3 boss fights do great on the gimmick side and the challenge side. But a lot of the boss fights in Borderlands 1 are just plainly awful. They're poorly designed. And some of it even comes down to the level design, the arena design. There's one in particular I'm thinking of where there's just a giant psycho inside of a giant circular room, and you just have to fight him. It makes no sense. It's really weird. But Borderlands 2, I think, corrected well enough in making it so that there's a little bit more spectacle, there's a bit more plot, a bit more. Not all of the bosses are plot relevant, but at the very least, they did more with it. They did more with that whole thing. Borderlands 3, they overcorrected on every front, and therefore it created inversions. And those inversions actually sink the boss fights. Because I think Borderlands 3 got a little too smug about it. The game's defense for me, I went through it the first time with my friends who played 1,000 times, and they made sure we were ready for each fight ahead, and we kind of breezed through the game. I think Borderlands, that is a tough one. Because that one, it's like, if you're playing with somebody who knows the game, yeah, no, I think it does kind of sink the game a fair bit. But for me, like, I love the Borderlands games, except for that third one. But that's a whole can of worms. But the key thing is that nevertheless, I think when you strip away the challenge out of the game because you're prepared, like, because you have people with hindsight, it does kind of change the story. And it changes the way that you engage with the game because you have knowledge, you have foresight, you have knowledge. And that can be really hard to deal with on a playthrough. But even as somebody who loves the Borderlands games, I hold that they have major problems. Borderlands 2, I think, corrected a lot of them, but then Borderlands 3, hot take, Zelda Breath of the Wild had mediocre, if not bad, boss fights, but they're overlooked because the overall game to most makes up for it. You know what's the key thing? You know what I think is probably the big part of it, if I'm to be honest? The boss fights in Zelda Breath of the Wild are mid. But the shrine boss fights, like the divine beasts, The divine beasts are the ones that everybody remembers, and the Ganon fights are the ones we remember. Because those ones are spectacles. Those ones are fantastically designed. And you kind of can overlook all the other problematic boss fights. Because you kind of just can ignore them. In a way. You know, you can kind of just sidestep them because you don't feel too... You don't feel too perturbed because those boss fights didn't strike, you know? Because you're not remembering all those other boss fights. You're remembering the ones that really stuck with you. And I think that's where that's kind of where Elden Ring is as well, where because you can remember, because you only really remember the boss fights that are like that. When through the first Borderlands game is rolling is so quick that when the thing happens to him in 2, one of my friends said it was probably upset me, and I had no idea who he was or why I should have cared. You know, I will say that you know what? That's actually that scene in 2 is probably my. Remember earlier in stream when we talked about how I said I really dislike it when out of cutscene power and in cutscene power are two different things, and it frustrates me when in cutscene you're weaker. That moment right there is what I'm thinking about. Especially Lilith. No spoilers here, but especially Lilith. It's just one of those things where I grit my teeth and get a little frustrated with that stuff, because it's like, dude, come on. Because you kind of sit there like, really? How did you idiots let this happen? It was kind of like they had to pick up the idiot ball. For pure spectacle, I could say a Sonic Frontiers is all spectacle. And I think with video games you can kind of get away with it. If that makes sense. Where it's pure spectacle. I remember God of War 3's entire introduction is basically just one boss fight that's all spectacle, and it's great. Like, there's no real challenge in whooping Poseidon's butt. Like, absolutely none. None at all. But it's fun. But with Borderlands, I think, like I said, I find it very frustrating. But that's not a bad thing, though, because I think the fact that I can recognize that I find it frustrating, but I still love the games because the things they do well are really fun and exciting, but I have to acknowledge the things they do wrong because it feels disingenuous to just put the blinders on and ignore it, you know? It doesn't make sense to me to do that. Because it would be just as well to say, oh, but this part, yeah, this part's kind of frustrating, but Borderlands as a whole is remembered by its world and bizarre characters and atmosphere. The bosses, in my opinion, were always mid, even the best ones. Emeraldo, I guess the trouble is that I don't think that all the bosses are mid. That's the key thing. Not all the bosses are mid, but I think the trouble is that, like, Borderlands as a whole was lifted by its world building and its setting, and by extension, some of the characters. But I guess that even Handsome Jack at best was okay. Okay, well, that one's a little bit of a stretch. That one's a bit of a stretch.
I don't know what it is, but there's...
That one I'll say is a bit of a stretch. But that's because I think Handsome Jack's greater, my opinion. Yeah, no, it's like, of course it's a opinion thing. But I do think, not saying it's fact, right. No, but I do think that the key thing is that so like I said earlier, we were talking about how those 4 metrics work. And I think part of all video game, like when you're building a video game, we haven't talked about it much yet, but we haven't talked about how the specifics of game design, like gameplay and, you know, and I say aesthetic, but aesthetic, you know, aesthetic kind of lands in spectacle, my opinion.
After a long voyage, you happen upon the North.
As a villain, he's probably my favorite in video games, but as a boss, well, that's the thing. He's not meant to be a boss fight. The whole thing is that his downfall is that when the warrior loses, that's it. But I think the thing because we haven't talked much about world building and like the setting when it comes to boss fights, but we'll get there. I need to. We have story stuff going on.
On the North Isle, you will hear the tale of a maiden in
Oh,
white.
okay. Wait, anchor the North Isle. Begin the tale of the Ivory Maiden. Yes, please.
Very well then. Prepare to go
Actually,
ashore.
great example of this. I think this game has some great examples of boss fights where some of them work very well, and some of them are kind of like even just today, I can go back a little bit and critically analyze them. The boss fight of I'm gonna say boss fight. Actually, ODaM, what about probably should have thrown down. Well, I guess we played it on stream, so I guess we can talk about it, but I thought about it. I'm like, I guess they're complex because that's a complex question. Sorry, I forgot what spoiler warning. I just like my brain went like I just kind of went like, wait a minute. But you're kind of throwing a lot of examples at me, and I'm trying to. I need to slow down a bit.
Is home to a range of majestic snow-capped peaks, the grandeur of which serves as a constant reminder to the residents of just how
Excited to talk about games. Sorry.
they
No,
are.
I get there too. I'm only tempered by the fact that we need to move forward. I'm only tempered by the fact that I'm playing this game. But no, I definitely understand. I get excited. Legitimately, Jack is the only Borderlands boss I can name. Honestly, fair. If you can name one, at least Jack is good. Bye, Bonvault. Thank you for taking me here.
Having grown accustomed to life on the ocean, Laddie helps you prepare to moor
Aw.
the vessel. Lack, meanwhile, continues to laze about within the confines of Laddie's hood. Looks like Lack won't be needing dinner tonight, you muse to yourself as you unfurl the map. From the wharf extends a well-maintained road, which no doubt leads to civilization.
All right, then. But I guess just to extend this discussion to the Voice of Cards, I think we talked about the Isle Dragon Wars. I think the boss fights in the Isle Dragon Wars do a great job of accentuating the story and making spectacle within the confines of the gameplay that we have already gotten used to. I think the final boss, I won't spoil here, but the final boss, the way that they designed the final boss is fantastic, and it is a fun subversion of expectations based in what we have already learned about this game. And that's really cool. I think the boss fight we saw recently with the Crimson Maiden earlier. That one is more in line with fulfilling the story. Huge sale. No, we've already bought a bunch of stuff. I don't really need to do this right now.
You weren't really looking to buy anything, so you ignore it and go on.
Yeah, we don't
your
really
way.
need to buy that. But we can see there that the spectacle of the boss fight is based in the mechanics. And this is where the final, like, a boss fight in a video game has to tie to the mechanics of its own game. But there are fun ways you can subvert that, where you can pull from other genres and make interesting strides in your game by subverting expectations. However, doing that trick too often means that your boss fights have no connection. There's no gameplay connection to them, and that is really hard to justify. Well, that's funny. We haven't seen this guy, the guy on the left there, this one, we haven't seen him in a while. I haven't seen that art in a while, so that's interesting. Is there any boss you were personally disappointed in? To be honest with how I've played all 4 Borderlands games, I ranked them in what is admittedly a weird order. That's from best to worst being 3, 2, Pierce Creek and Maya, pre-sequel 1. I think that's a fair ordering. I will say that I would put 3 lower, but only because I think the trouble for me is that 3 frustrates me. Mainly it's a story thing. I think that's entirely a personal preference thing. 3 is either you like it or you despise it. I don't think 3 is one where there's any middle ground. I think that's kind of the truth of it. But boss fights I was disappointed in. I'm trying to put it down. I would actually say that with boss fights I was disappointed in, I would say I would count it as a boss fight because it's the final encounters of the game. I think Fear 1, that last area with all the ghosts, we played that more recently. I think that one is really just kind of, it's okay. It's not really my favorite ending of a game in terms of gameplay. In terms of the story and the spectacle, it's pretty sick, but in terms of the actual fighting, it's kind of like, ugh, really? This is, we spent this whole game fighting replicas, and then you get to fighting and then you're fighting these ghost guys, and it's just kind of, eh. Not awful, but eh. Didact from Halo 4. Alabaster City. Whoa.
You are greeted by sublime white gates, the likes of which you've never
That city
seen.
looks awesome. What the hell?
As you attempt to pass through them and enter the city.
Ow.
Someone garbed entirely in white rushes out, as if running from something, and crashes into you. You cannot see their face for the white mask covering it, but the fact that they have a weapon in hand makes you think they're a city soldier.
Hello. How you bastard city? Are you unarmed?
You extend a hand to the soldier, who tumbled to
Are you
the
okay?
ground after your
The
collision.
effing ghost dude from the start of the first Scooby-Doo live action movie. Oh yeah, you're right. Wait a minute.
Out of my way, the soldier shouts, their voice muffled by the mask.
Oh yeah, you're right. I just thought, oh my god.
Apparently,
Oh, I can't unsee it now.
they want to fight.
Oh my god, you're right. It's the ghost guy with the helium balloons in his arms. He's floating around going, whoa. Nah, it's the Iron Maiden from Elden Ring. 3 barely beats 2 for me. It's the one where I enjoyed playing it the most. I enjoyed Krieg and Maya's dynamic and enjoyed playing Krieg far more than I enjoyed playing the game itself. Been playing through pre-sequels Claptrap, but I don't remember a single thing about Borderlands to the point where me and the 2 friends who played it gave a different answer on if I beat it. I say I haven't, but one friend says we didn't beat the DLC, the other says we beat everything. Kind of an interesting time if that's the case. You know, it's like, how unmemorable would it be for you if that's the case? Like, dang. Wild. Nya. I guess the I'm thinking about the ghost guy from Scooby-Doo, but thinking about it, the thing I'm wrapping my head around is with a lot of, like, going back to the boss fights in this game, we actually saw one that I actually, critically looking at it, it's not very good, was the serpent at the bottom of the seabed temple. It's kind of like, the trouble I think this game has had up to this point is that not every boss feels like a natural conclusion to the thing we're doing, if that makes sense, right? The big Minotaur beast earlier kind of was, he kind of just shows up. You know, they kind of are, it's almost that the monster itself is not the important thing. The important thing is that it was a monster that Livia had to beat. And that is what makes it, that's what makes the boss fight better. But in terms of the actual monster in the fight, it wasn't all that, it wasn't too much more added to the game and the story it's trying to tell. And I think that can be an interesting point to look at. And it's hard to say because I love this game. Honestly, this game is awesome. I love this game. But I also can readily say that the boss fights sometimes can feel like, they're okay. You know, you kind of sit there like, oh yeah, you know, not the greatest bosses on the planet, but certainly not awful. I think that's something that the Isle Dragon Roars did a little bit better, is making the boss fights not only a necessary part of the story, but making them have emotional resonance with what you yourself are doing. RE5 is 15 years old. Maybe. I do not remember. It is amazing how things have aged, huh? 50. Oh, wait, he's getting the buff from the thing, so... I guess I'll just hit him and see if we can round him down a little bit. Okay, yeah, so the next attack we do, he'll be dead, so this is good. Oh, okay, he's not dead. I see. Bum, bum. I love the harmonics on the guitar. Bum, 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 bum.
You parry the soldier's sword, then watch as they flee to the west.
I love mentioning how old things are to people, because if you do it to specific things that they care about, you can watch their brain melt. I feel like for me, it's almost more of a fascination of getting to understand how the passage of time feels now. Because nowadays, it's interesting when you look at video games, because a lot of them, they look exactly the same as they did back then, but the people changed. And we as people changed as the passage of time has, you know, affected us. So it's fascinating to take a gander at how those things look now that we ourselves have changed. Any of you guys weak to water by chance? Nope. Well, that's okay. I think my coworker said something they used to do in the 90s 20 years ago, and they had a crisis, and I pointed out 20 years ago is 2004. Yeah, that's a rough one, isn't it? My brain still melts the fact Halo 3 is 16 years old this year. You know what's one that I think is one that's fascinating to me is considering the age of certain specifically it's the age of things even older than what we have now. You know, just like thinking about that 100 years ago is the 1920s, right? 1924. And considering the ramifications of that, you know, consider that in that 100 years, we have evolved the ability out of our technology to be able to, we had, you know, we were figuring out radio and, you know, long range communication, you know, the certain landlines had already been, you know, built and figured out, but considering the notion of, we went from people being able to do, my brain is catching, oh god, it's the freaking, come on, brain, work with me here. It's the type of, it's wired message. They had to use phone line. They had phone lines for it, apparently, as it was. Come on, brain, get me there. A lot of facts. Why is my brain doing this to me? It's like, it's on the tip of my tongue now, and now I can't get to it. It's the freaking, it's the one before phones. I know it. It's on the top of my head. It's not a pager. It's, come on. It's the freaking, what the frick is it called? Okay, I need to look it up. My brain is like actively killing itself trying to figure this out. The thing before phones. Telegraph. Why the hell did I forget the telegraph? The telegraph. God. I don't know why my brain was getting so hung up on that. It was just like, but the telegraph. Like, we evolved from the telegraph and, you know, pressing, you know, sending messages via, you know, transmitted electrical signals that way, to you can now watch a fox play a video game that is halfway across the planet from you while discussing video games, and you could do this with people around the globe 24/7. You're from a telegraph to Twitch. Well, just consider the notion of how technology changed, right? Just consider that notion of, oh yeah, we went from having, our technology was so localized, like it was still continental, sure, but it still took a while. And a lot of this stuff was, you know, evolving. And now we have straight up the ability, essentially, if you break down what a phone is, you can call video, you can see somebody on another part of the planet from anywhere on the planet, as long as you have a connection to frequencies that sit in the air and relay information to this device. You know, when you consider it at the highest level, it is very confusing to think about. But that's the thing. That is part of the fascination for me, is looking at how marvelous things have changed. You know, some genuinely fascinating changes in the way our technology shapes how we talk. But it becomes normal for us because we were born to it. We grew into this. For a lot of us, the internet is just part of our everyday lives. But 30 years ago, it would have been considered a miracle, some sort of insane technological leap. And to me, that's fascinating. Yeah, he went west, so I'm gonna go find out where that guy went. Yo, what's up, punk? But yeah, I do think about that a lot. But because I even consider in my own lifetime, we went from, cell phones with buttons. I did take an emerging technologies course, and our professor showed us quotes from the air saying, telegraphs are going to turn us into blobs that sit at home and send information. Paraphrasing of memory, but man, they weren't wrong on the grand scheme of things. Kind of true. But I think the greatest key of that is that when you're considering that the way that technology has changed us, and by extension changed the way that we are as people, it is very fascinating to consider the ramifications of technological leaps. Because I think, and it is fascinating to consider, because there's a lot of things that have changed since technology has moved forward. And yeah, I think that's well, it's like, you think about it, it's like he wasn't far off from that, was he? I guess, speaking on similar ideas, I need to go, oh, the book's over there. I might go grab it, because okay, you know what? I am going to grab it. One moment. I'm going to grab this book really quick. I need to quote something verbatim. One moment. Okay. Look. Okay. Book acquired. Oof. So I read a book recently, because I saw it on Masahiro Sakurai's Making Games series on YouTube, and he actually did a whole video about the book, basically about the book. It's called Man Playin' Games by Roger Calloy. First off, fantastic read for the game designer or the player. Fantastic read, frankly. But there's a quote, where was it? I think it was page 7. But it was like, there's a whole thing about how play has evolved. But there's a lot of quotes in this book that are just... This was written in the 50s, and one of the things he talks about is... He talks about first, like, what makes a game fun and what makes games. But he talks about the components of play, and one of the things he discusses that threw me off was... he has a chapter about what's called the corruption of games. And I remember thinking about it, and it's like, oh, geez, this is painful, isn't it? And a lot of it relates to now, like, to current, evolutions in technology. And where's my controller? One of the things that I got from the reading was that when play is no longer about the enjoyment, and it's not about the fun. It's like when you're playing, and there's a couple factors to it, but one of the ones that he mentioned was that when you're playing a game and there's no possibility that you will lose, it stops being, you sort of sap the fun out of it. And by extension, you've actually removed it from being play and turned it into work.
Ahead of you on the path, you spot a woman crouched on the
ground. Oh, woman.
It looks as though she's twisted her ankle. She looks up at you and asks, "Don't suppose you could spare any salve?"
I mean, I can do that. That's pretty easy. Here you go.
You draw some salve from your pack and give it to the woman.
Here you go.
She gulps it down in one go, and then starts jumping up and down with considerable vigor. Medicine, am I right? It's the one thing we can all count on, she says with a broad smile.
I see.
This is all I have, but it's yours. She hands you a small token of her appreciation.
Well, ain't that sweet? Sea grapes. Oh, hey! We kind of need that. We kind of need that for later.
She explains that they were given to her as a souvenir by a friend.
Untwisted
But alas,
ankle.
She isn't one for seafood.
The untwisted ankle.
You put the sack of sea grapes into your
I see.
pack and continue on your journey.
But they also mentioned that the corruption of play on the various factors of play, because the author talks about the 4 components of play. All right, we're gonna come back to the Mystic Forest because I feel like we're gonna be back here anyway, so we'll come back. But the 4 components of play, which he describes as competition, chance, mimicry, and what's called vertigo. And mimicry is it's also called simulation, but vertigo's an interesting one to discuss. But the key thing was that in his discussions on the corruption of play, he kind of inadvertently calls everything that would happen as video games took center stage as not just as something to play, but as something as like prize fighting, sort of like when you do a professional sport. And the way that he discusses it almost made me uncomfortable because it made me realize, man, you really can spot that sort of thing from a mile away if you're able to analyze the act of play from this analytical sociological standpoint. And it was just interesting to consider how the act of play has evolved in our time. Especially in regards to how we've changed it. I find that very interesting. Okay, we are almost done for today, which is probably good because my controller is throwing a hissy fit. But so I guess to discuss further in the week, so I'll talk about it now while we're wrapping up. Let's see. Tomorrow is Persona 3. We're doing very good on Persona 3. We did have a loss last time, but we'll make it work. And that's the end of the fight. And we also yelling at you more than Fee in the Wii version of Skyward Sword. Yeah, seriously. But let's see. I just need to make sure I've covered everything. Sunday we're playing the Star Wars Battlefront Classic Collection because I want more excuses to play it. And I was trying to think of a good St. Patrick's Day game, and genuinely I couldn't really find anything other than I don't know what I'm doing. So I went with that. It worked out pretty well. So we have that to look forward to. Alrighty. Whew. Okay. So, thank you all for coming by. Thank you to everyone who came by and get to stay to the end. This game is fantastic, and I'm looking forward to seeing it to its end. I do kind of hope that we're able to finish it next week, but I won't hold my breath. We'll wait and see. Because the 22nd is when Princess Peach Showtime comes out, and that's sort of was our soft point of we're going to try and have a game that could fit in between 2 games for that. Because then we can play Princess Peach. But thank you for coming by. I think I will just force myself to raid out today because I need to get in the habit of it. And I don't know where to go. So, let's see. Just look at who's on right now in my people I follow. Okay. Okay. Does anybody have any streamers that are online right now? We can go to anywhere today, I think. Not exactly in a picky mood. I need to stretch my arm out. For some reason my right shoulder and neck is like, ugh. But again, thank you guys for coming by. I really like the voice of card games, and the first time I did one, I felt kind of sad because I wasn't able to get it the attention it deserves. But I think people have been enjoying the VODs a lot, so that's been very nice. It was a very wonderful playthrough, so. Ooh. I did take a quick gander. I didn't see any of that. I was particularly wasn't too excited about Kind of like it's like, oh, I should probably raid one way or the other. I do know one. I do have one person I definitely can raid if no one has a new DMC PCRT. DMC PCRT is playing inside. Who is DM? All right, let me see. DMC PCRT. Fade out. Oh, I do not know this man. We'll go there. Most marvelous. All right. Well, again, thank you all. Now, whenever I see you guys next, bye for now and thank you. Let's raid out. Just guy I follow because he played Eco before. I see. Well, let's go there then. We'll go say hi. I'll see you guys soon.